Not sure if you guys can hear me. I can't hear you.
Are you able to hear us now, Councillor Woodstock?
Yes, I can. Thank you very
Morning, everyone. We'll carry on or get on with the meeting here. The agenda. Additions to the agenda? Councillor Cunningham?
I will add Division 5 update for council and committee reports, please.
Okay. Councillor Hoppins?
I need to add to closed session in regards to Section 20 and 32 Access to Information Act.
Any other additions? Adoptions of the agenda?
I will.
Councillor Hoppins?
I will move to accept the agenda with additions.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. I believe that was unanimous. Yeah. Okay. Regular council meeting minutes. Everybody had a chance to look at them. Any errors or omissions? Councillor Cunningham?
There's no error omissions. I will move to approve the regular council meeting minutes of November 12th, 2025.
All in favor? Approved unanimous. Councillor Hoppins?
I guess at this time we'll move into, we move into closed session.
Council only?
Council only, please. Thank you.
Thanks.
on the
But-
typing.
Test. It's not even working. Oh, test, 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 test.
Okay, we're out of recess here at 10:29. We had some technical difficulty, apparently. So we can just reiterate that motion so everybody can hear. Mr. Hoppins?
Just to clarify, the motion was that council accept the resignation of Mike Hogan, CAO of Kneehill County. And that motion was carried.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Councillor Cunningham?
I would make a motion that Teresa Cochran be appointed as the acting chief administrative officer effective immediately with all the powers, duties, and responsibilities of the chief administrative officer.
Any discussion on that motion? Interim?
Yeah.
Call for the vote. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. I hate to say this again, but we need to go and recess for another 15 minutes here, please. Thanks. Come out of recess here at 10:37. And we're on to, oh good, the budget.
Floor is yours.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Welcome to the start of our 2026 budget presentations. Before we begin today's setting the stage and proposed project presentation, I would like to acknowledge the hard work of staff across the organization. Preparing this information requires a significant amount of collaboration, analysis, and planning. Also, a quick note on the binders that have been distributed to you this morning. Inside, you'll find the budget guidelines, the pre-approval RFDs and project listings, and a printed copy of today's presentation. At each meeting, we will provide you with new sections for your binder, ensuring that all budget information remains organized in one place for easy reference throughout the process. With that, let's look at today's agenda. This presentation is divided into 6 different components. The first is an introduction, which provides context for the 2026 budget, including the planned schedule, the guiding principles, and an outline for the development process. Next is the environmental scan, which highlights key trends and factors shaping the county's budget environment. Then fiscal condition and comparators, which looks at some key historical trends affecting the county's finances. Then a section on provincial pressures, which outlines how provincial decisions affect and policies affect the county. Next, we have project introductions, which is an overview of the projects being proposed within the 2026 budget. And finally, the 2027 to 2033 project forecast, which is a look ahead at major projects and financial trends. With that said, let's move on to the introduction section. This presentation is designed to provide Council with information and context needed to make informed decisions throughout the 2026 budget process. This introduction section starts by outlining the process, key milestones, and the approach taken in preparing this year's budget. My goal is to ensure you feel prepared and supported as we move into detailed discussions ahead. This slide outlines the major steps and milestones planned for the 2026 budget process. The schedule is designed to ensure Council has the information and time needed for thorough review and decision-making. The first step was approval of the budget guidelines in June of 2025. These guidelines set the framework for the entire budget process and allowed administration to begin development of the 2026 budget in July. Then there was pre-approval of projects. This year, certain projects were presented to Council for pre-approval due to a delayed budget cycle resulting from Council elections and orientation. Council's pre-approval of these projects helps ensure that critical infrastructure work, grant applications, and contractor scheduling can proceed on time, even with a later budget adoption. The selection process for pre-approved projects focuses on time sensitivity, funding sources, alignment with the capital plan, and operational importance. Then, on November 12th, we had a budget orientation. This was an opportunity for Council to receive an overview of the process and ask questions before detailed 2026 budget-specific presentations and subsequent deliberations. Today, we are doing setting the stage and proposed projects, which is the first step in the budget presentation process. I will present the context for the 2026 budget and outline proposed projects. Next week, on December 2nd, we'll present the third quarter variance report at the Committee of the Whole meeting. This report highlights how actual results compare to the 2025 budget, which helps Council understand trends and make informed decisions throughout the 2026 budget process. Then on December 9th is an interim budget and the proposed operating budget. An interim operating budget and carry forward projects will be presented to Council. At the same meeting, the proposed operating budget will be presented for Council's review. This is a key step in the budget process, providing council with an opportunity to examine and discuss the draft operating budget. Then, in January, we look at responses to questions and council deliberations. In January, the focus shifts to addressing council's questions and supporting deliberations to come to a balanced budget. Throughout each presentation during this process, administration will collect questions asked by council and will either address them as asked or document them for future response. Questions can also be directed to the CAO outside of council meetings, and those will also be addressed by administration. During this phase, responses to questions collected through the process will be responded to. We typically document all of those and then align exactly where they were responded to so that it's easy for council to track that. This stage is designed to ensure that every question and concern is fully addressed before the budget is brought to a balanced state and subsequently forward for adoption. Deliberations continue as long as needed until council is satisfied and recommends that administration bring back the budget for formal approval. And then the final step is budget adoption. It's currently targeted for February, but this date is flexible and will be adjusted if council requires additional time for deliberation. Adoption of the budget formalizes council's decisions and sets the financial plan for the coming year. This schedule is designed to be transparent and collaborative, giving council multiple opportunities to review, ask questions, and shape the budget. In June of 2025, council adopted the 2026 budget guidelines. The purpose of these guidelines is to establish a foundation for approaching the annual budget. The guiding principles that were included in this document include alignment with council's strategic plan, that each budget decision should support the goals outlined in council's strategic plan, which ensures resources are directed toward the community's long-term vision. Sustainment of existing service levels. Maintaining the current level of service is a priority. The budget is prepared to maintain existing service levels or amended levels as directed by council. Maintenance of competitive tax rates. We aim to be competitive with other municipalities, which helps attract and retain residents and businesses while balancing our revenue needs. Review and recommend adjustments to service fees and rates as necessary. Fees and rates will be evaluated to ensure fairness and cost recovery, and adjustments will be recommended throughout the process and are implemented at the direction of council. Continue to implement and monitor a proactive infrastructure renewal strategy. Proactive investment in infrastructure reduces long-term costs. This principle ensures we keep up with maintenance and renewal needs. And then enhance the stakeholder experience. Acknowledging that budgeting is not just about numbers, we aim to make the process clear and accessible for both council and the public. This slide outlines the steps taken to prepare and review the budget before it is presented to council for deliberation. It shows the collaborative approach across all levels of the organization. 1, council sets the budget guidelines. These guidelines provide direction on priorities, tax strategy, and service expectations. 2, management team discussions and departmental submissions. Management teams meet to review priorities and constraints, and departments then submit their proposed budgets based on those discussions and council's guidelines. 3, finance review. Finance consolidates and reviews all submissions. This step ensures accuracy, compliance, and alignment with financial targets. 4, CAO and senior leadership review. The draft budget is reviewed by the CAO and senior leadership. Adjustments are made to ensure strategic alignment and organizational capacity. And then lastly, presentation to council. The final draft is presented to council through a series of meetings for discussion and decision-making. Council deliberates on priorities, tax rates, and service levels before coming to a balanced budget and recommending that the budget be approved. That concludes this introductory section. The next section is an environmental scan. This part of the presentation provides a high-level overview of the key trends and factors shaping the budget environment for 2026. It is intended to help council understand the broader context of social, economic, and environmental factors that influence financial planning and service delivery. By reviewing these trends, council can better anticipate risks, identify opportunities, and ensure budget decisions are informed by the realities facing the county. So what is an environmental scan? In the context of the budget environment, an environmental scan provides a high-level overview of the key factors and trends that are shaping the county's budget environment. The purpose is to identify emerging issues, risks, and opportunities that could impact services, infrastructure, and finances. This context supports strategic decision-making and helps council understand the factors influencing budget priorities and project planning. The scan covers several key areas: social and cultural trends, environmental considerations, and economic factors. By reviewing these areas, council is better equipped to make informed decisions that reflect the realities facing the county's budget environment. This slide looks at the key social and cultural trends shaping the budget environment. The largest age group in the population is adults aged 18 to 64 and makes up 57% of total residents. The population is aging. In 2026, there were 750 residents aged 65 and over. By 2021, that number had increased to 900. The average age of a county ratepayer is just over 40 years old. The area is becoming more diverse, with a 33% increase in visible minorities between 2016 and 2021. The average income increased by 3.4% from 2016 to 2021.
Is this, these aren't ratepayers, that's total living in Kneehill County?
Through the chair, yes, this is data collected by the census on people living in Kneehill County, but there are the Kneehill County residents from my understanding. Not all the urbans as well.
Not towns and villages?
Yes, I would have to double confirm that one.
If you could, please?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Average income increased by 3.4% from 2016 to 2021. However, during that same period, inflation was 8.8%. This means that in real terms, residents' purchasing power declined from 2016 to 2021. The number of residents aged 65 and over considered low income increased by 19% during that same period too. What those trends mean for the budget environment and for the county. An aging population may increase demand for certain services, such as seniors programs, accessible infrastructure, and health-related supports. Greater diversity can lead to a need for more inclusive services and communication approaches. Rising average incomes may support a stable tax base, but the increase in low-income seniors highlights the importance of affordability and targeted support. These demographic shifts can influence service delivery priorities, long-term planning, and the allocation of resources within the county's budget environment. Next, we look at environmental factors that are shaping the county's budget environment. There are increasing costs related to regulatory and environmental compliance, which can affect both operating and capital budgets. Public and business interest in renewable energy solutions is growing, which may influence future infrastructure needs and service delivery. There is also greater public awareness of environmental and conservation issues, which can lead to increased expectations for sustainable practices and investments. These trends may result in higher costs for compliance, new project requirements, and a need to balance environmental priorities with available resources. Council may need to consider how these factors impact long-term planning, project selection, and the allocation of funds within the budget environment. From an economic perspective, investment return rates are decreasing, which can reduce non-tax revenue and impact the ability to fund reserves or future projects. Lower investment returns may limit flexibility in funding new initiatives or responding to unexpected needs. They also put pressure on increasing reserve contributions within the operating budget, as returns are not being incurred at the rate they were in recent years. Core operating expenses continue to put pressure on the budget, making it more challenging to maintain service levels without increasing revenue or adjusting service levels. Ongoing expense pressures highlight the importance of careful financial management and prioritization. The county is also managing aging infrastructure, which requires balanced, proactive maintenance with available funding. The need to maintain and renew aging infrastructure can lead to increased capital spending and may require difficult choices about project timing or service levels. And then inflation has returned to more typical levels, but the cumulative impact of recent high inflation continues to affect the cost of goods, services, and capital projects. Even as inflation stabilizes, the higher baseline for costs remains a challenge for future long-term planning and sustainability. Then we look at the issue of an infrastructure deficit within the county's budget environment. And there's several factors that contribute to this challenge. First, there's a structural imbalance in how revenues are shared throughout different levels of government, which can limit available funding for infrastructure. Second, the county is responsible for maintaining a significant amount of infrastructure, which comes with ongoing costs. Third, grant funding levels are not always sufficient or predictable, which makes long-term planning more difficult. Furthermore, the amount of grant funding available has not kept up with inflation, meaning grant dollars do not go as far as they once did. The outcome of these factors is a municipal infrastructure deficit, which can lead to several outcomes, including reductions in service levels, deferred maintenance and rehabilitation, increased taxes, or greater reliance on reserve funds. These pressures mean that council may need to make difficult decisions about which projects to prioritize, how to allocate limited resources, and how to balance short-term needs with long-term sustainability. Addressing the infrastructure deficit is a key consideration in the county's financial planning and will continue to shape the budget environment in the years ahead. Next, we look at inflationary pressures and looking at what CPI is versus what MPI is. The Consumer Price Index, or CPI, measures inflation for typical household expenses such as food, housing, utilities, transportation, clothing, recreation, and education. The Municipal Price Index, on the other hand, tracks inflation for goods and services that are specific to municipal operations. This includes labor, utilities, contracted services, road materials, equipment, and fleet costs, and construction or maintenance inputs. The key point here is that the costs the county faces to deliver services and maintain infrastructure often increase at a different rate than the costs faced by households. When the MPI rises faster than the CPI, which is often the case, it means that municipal expenses can grow more quickly than the general cost of living, putting additional pressure on the budget environment. However, the MPI does not have a broadly published rate, so the next few slides will compare major revenue and expenditure categories against the CPI. It is important to note that while CPI provides a reasonable point of comparison, it does not perfectly reflect the true inflationary pressures faced by municipalities, as municipal costs often increase at a different rate. This slide measures the rate of inflation as measured by the CPI index to the county's tax revenue and other sources of revenue over the past few years. Again, CPI is used here because it is more widely available and commonly referenced. However, it is important to note that the Municipal Price Index is more specific to municipal costs, but doesn't have a published number available. The data shows that inflation has generally increased at a faster rate than most of the county's revenue streams. While tax revenue has seen some growth, other revenues have not kept pace with inflation, and in some years have even declined. This means that the county's purchasing power is eroding. Dollars received do not go as far as they did in prior years. When revenues do not keep up with inflation, it becomes more challenging to maintain service levels, fund new initiatives, and address rising costs within the budget environment. Council should be aware that this trend may require ongoing review of revenue sources, consideration of new funding strategies, or adjustments to service delivery to ensure financial sustainability. We can also look at general expenditures against CPI. This chart shows how contract and general services, materials, goods and supplies, and utilities, as well as other expenditures have changed in relation to inflation. From 2021 to 2023, the data reflects the county's efforts to actively manage and contain costs, keeping expenditure growth below or close to the rate of inflation. However, the leveling out and the increase in 24 and 25 indicate the ability to continue managing costs this way is limited. Rising costs are now outpacing the county's ability to offset them just through efficiencies and cost controls. This trend highlights the growing challenge of maintaining service levels and infrastructure within the budget environment. So some key insights from the environmental scan section of this presentation. The county's population is aging and becoming more diverse, which may increase demand for specialized services and more inclusive approaches to service delivery. Additionally, demand for services and infrastructure upgrades is increasing, driven by demographic shifts and evolving community expectations. And the compounding rate impact of high inflation continues to affect financial planning, making it more challenging to maintain service levels and fund new initiatives. These trends underscore the importance of continually reviewing and adapting budget strategies to ensure the county remains responsive to evolving needs and maintains financial sustainability. This concludes the section of the environmental scan from this presentation. Before I move on, are there any questions? Okay, so we've looked at the environmental scan and the trends shaping the budget environment. Now let's move on to some fiscal condition and comparators. This section focuses on the county's overall financial health and historical trends. Understanding these fiscal benchmarks provides essential context for council's decision-making. So what are fiscal conditions and comparators? They refer to the overall health of the county, including revenues, expenditures, assets, and liabilities. Reviewing fiscal condition and comparators helps council identify financial strengths, challenges, and areas for improvement. This context supports informed decision-making and helps ensure the county's budget strategies are aligned with best practices and local realities. First, we look at the county's property assessment values by class, so residential, farmland, and non-residential from the past 10 years. This chart shows that residential assessment values have increased steadily from $457 million to $752 million, while farmland assessments have remained relatively stable, and non-residential assessments have fluctuated but generally declined in recent years, from $1.65 billion to $1.6 billion currently. These trends reflect changes in development, market demand, and provincial policy, all of which impact the county's tax base and long-term financial planning. Understanding how assessment values shift by property class helps council anticipate changes in revenue, identify areas of risk, and plan for future service delivery and infrastructure needs. Council should note that assessment trends are influenced by factors both within and outside the county's control, including provincial regulation and broader economic conditions. When considering the previous slide, several factors influence property assessment changes. First one is growth, so new developments such as homes, new improvements on property, wells, businesses, and pipelines add to the assessment base. Housing, market demand affects residential property values. Farmland, changes are based on regulated rates set by provincial policy, not market conditions. And non-residential, business properties can change for various reasons, including expansions or renovations. We also look at designated industrial property and linear assets. These are influenced by factors like age of the asset, material type, capacity, and depreciation. Importantly, depreciation factors and assessment modifiers are set by the province, which introduces uncertainty because these policies can change. Assessment changes directly impact tax revenue, and provincial policy decisions, especially for industrial and linear properties, are outside municipal control. This creates uncertainty for long-term financial planning. For example, when the province made policy changes around shallow gas wells in 2019, the county lost $1.9 million in annual taxation revenues overnight. Further assessment reviews are being completed by the province and could drastically change the county's assessment base and consequently our taxation revenues. So the 2 slides ago, we're talking about the total assessment. This chart actually looks at what the distribution of assessment between those 3 different classes are and how that's changed over the last 10 years. Residential assessment has increased from about 20% of total assessment in 2016 to just over 30% in 2025. Farmland assessment has remained relatively stable, while non-residential assessment has declined from about 73% to 64% over the same period. These shifts reflect changes in development patterns, market demand, and provincial policy, and have direct implications for the county's tax base and revenue sources. Understanding assessment distribution helps council anticipate changes in tax burden, identify areas of risk, and plan for service delivery and infrastructure needs. Some key insights from looking at assessment trends over the past 10 years. Total assessment has increased by 10.77% over the last decade. Residential assessment increased by 64.51%, reflecting growth in the residential development and more specifically growth in property values. Farmland assessment has decreased slightly by 0.11%. This is reflective of the fact that farmland is a regulated assessment class with very little change to assessed values year to year. Non-residential assessment has decreased by 3.14%, which is significant as the largest assessment base for the county is non-residential. Also, the distribution of assessment has shifted. Residential properties now make up a larger share of the total assessment, increasing from 20% to 30%. Farmland share has decreased from 6.72% to 6.06%, and non-residential has declined from 73% to 63.84%. The provincially mandated 5-to-1 tax ratio also limits the county's ability to shift more of the tax burden onto non-residential properties. As a result, when non-residential assessment declines or remains flat, more of the tax burden is carried by residential properties. This significantly impacts residential ratepayers because the growth in residential assessment is driven more by market growth than by new development. Now we look from looking at assessment and its distribution to property tax and the distribution of property tax across the different classes. This slide represents the county's property tax revenue by assessment class over the past 10 years. It shows that residential property tax revenue has increased from 1.28 million to 2.17 million in 2025. Farmland revenues have grown from 1.04 million to 2.49 million. Non-residential property tax revenue, while still the largest share, has increased more modestly from 21 million in 2016 to 22.95 million in 2025. These trends reflect the shifting assessment base discussed earlier, with residential and farmland properties contributing to a growing share of total property tax revenue. Council should note that the increasing reliance on residential and farmland tax revenue is a direct result of both assessment shifts and the constraints imposed by the 5-to-1 tax rate ratio. Understanding these changes is important for long-term financial planning and for considering the impact on different ratepayer groups within the county's budget environment. Again, we were looking at total taxation. Now this looks at the actual distribution of taxation across those classes. Residential properties have increased from accounting for 5.5% of our tax base to 7.86% in 2025. Farmland share has also grown from 4.45% to 9% in 2025. Meanwhile, the non-residential share of the property tax burden has declined from 90% to 83% in the same period. Again, these shifts reflect the changing assessment base and the impacts of the provincially mandated 5-to-1 ratio. Now we look at some main insights from those two slides on the property tax trends over the past 10 years. For residential properties, property taxes have increased by 69.16%, while residential assessment has increased 64.51%. This means that the tax burden on residential properties has grown slightly faster than the underlying property values. For farmland, property taxes have increased 139.39% over 10 years, while farmland assessment has actually decreased by 0.11%. This means that the tax burden on farmland has grown significantly relative to its assessed value. However, this is because farmland assessment is also regulated by provincial policy, so there's no expectation of growth in the assessment base. As a result, the only way to generate additional revenue to support services for the agricultural sector is to increase the tax rate applied to farmland. For non-residential properties, property taxes have increased by 9.32%, while non-residential assessment has decreased by 3.14%. This shows that despite a declining assessment base, the tax burden on non-residential properties has still grown, but at a slower rate compared to residential and farmland classes. The distribution of property tax burden has shifted. Residentials pay now a larger share, increasing from 5.5% to 7.86%. Farmland's share has grown from 4.45% to 9%, while non-residential's share has declined from 90.04% to 83.13% of the total share. Now we look at the annual number of new wells drilled in the county through oil and gas activities from 2000 to 2024. This chart shows a significant decline in new well activity over the past 2 decades. For example, in 2005, there were 790 wells drilled, while in 2024, there were only 30. This reduction in new wells has direct implications for the county's assessment base and future property tax revenues, as new wells typically contribute to non-residential assessment growth. This decline is influenced by factors such as market conditions, changes in provincial policy, and the maturity of local oil and gas assets. Council should be aware that lower levels of new well activity limit opportunities for assessment growth in the non-residential class, which increases reliance on residential and farmland properties to support the county's budget environment, or alternatively supporting development of alternative sources of non-residential assessment. This trend highlights the importance of monitoring industry changes and considering their impact on long-term financial sustainability. Next, we look at the county's capital assets by original purchase cost, broken down by category. The county has a total of $235.1 million in assets based on original cost. The largest portion relates to the road network, including roads and bridges, which account for 53% of total assets. Water and wastewater infrastructure is the next largest category, making up 25% of total assets. Other categories include buildings, vehicles, machinery and equipment, land improvements, and towers. It's important to note that these values are based on original purchase price, not replacement cost. Replacement costs will be significantly higher due to inflation and market changes. Then we look at the percentage of the county's assets remaining based on their original cost over time. In 2014, approximately 58% of asset value remained. By 2024, that figure has dropped to about 48%. This decline reflects asset depreciation and the aging infrastructure across the county. The trend highlights the growing infrastructure gap, which is the difference between the assets the county owns and the resources needed to maintain or replace them. As assets age and their remaining value decreases, the cost to replace them rises significantly, especially when factoring in inflation and market conditions. For example, replacing major road and bridge infrastructure will cost far more than the original price. A bridge that might have cost $1 million originally is now likely to cost $2 to $3 million to replace. This reinforces the importance of proactive reserve planning and prioritizing infrastructure renewal to avoid service disruptions and unexpected financial pressures. This slide summarizes the main takeaways from the fiscal condition and comparator analysis. Residential assessment and property tax share are rising, while non-residential assessment and tax share are declining. This shift increases reliance on residential and farmland properties as revenue. Asset replacement and maintenance needs are growing, as shown by the declining percentage of asset value remaining and the infrastructure gap discussed earlier. The county faces long-term infrastructure maintenance funding pressure, which will require careful prioritization and proactive reserve planning. Strategic reserve management is essential to maintain financial sustainability and avoid sudden tax increases or service reductions. These insights highlight the importance of long-term financial planning and the need to balance revenue strategies, infrastructure renewal, and service expectation within the county's budget environment. That concludes my fiscal conditions and comparators section of this presentation. Before I move on to provincial pressures, are there any questions from council? Okay. So we've reviewed the county's fiscal condition and historical trends. This section focuses on provincial pressures and how they influence the county's budget environment. Provincial pressures refer to the impact of provincial decisions and policies on the county's budget environment. These include historical impacts, policy changes, and requisition rates that affect municipal revenues and service delivery. Provincial actions can create uncertainty in long-term financial planning because they often change the county's assessment base or introduce new costs without corresponding revenue sources. Understanding these pressures is critical for council as it considers strategies to maintain financial sustainability and service levels. First, we talk about some historical policy decisions by the province that have impacted the county's budget environment. 1, the shallow gas assessment changes. Again, which when introduced in 2019, lost that annual $1.9 million worth of revenue, which continues today. There's also the elimination of the well drilling equipment tax, which altered revenue streams tied to oil and gas activity and removed a revenue source that ranged from $30,000 to $630,000 annually, and with an average over 10 years being approximately $200,000. Each year, the province releases assessment year modifiers and depreciation factors that affect the assessment of designated industrial properties and linear assets. These modifiers can impact the county's total assessment and consequently the amount of taxation revenue generated from those assets. There was also recently a tax holiday for new oil wells and pipelines, which was in effect from 2022 to 2024. The collective loss of revenue for the county during that period was approximately $2.8 million. It is not shown on this slide, but another major provincial impact is the provincial policing requisition. This added a new cost to municipalities without providing a corresponding revenue source, creating additional pressure on operating budgets. These historical changes illustrate how provincial policy decisions can rapidly and significantly impact municipal finances, often necessitating adjustments to service levels or tax strategies to maintain financial sustainability. Next, we look at the ongoing provincial review of the assessment model and its potential implications on the county's budget environment. Non-residential taxes make up 83% of property tax revenue. So any changes to assessment values for industrial and linear properties can have significant impacts on taxation revenue. The review by the province introduces uncertainty for long-term financial planning because outcomes are not yet finalized, making it difficult to predict future revenue. So we have some revenue uncertainty. If assessment values decrease, the county tax base. Sorry about that. Potential impacts include revenue uncertainty. If assessment values decrease, the county's tax base shrinks. Budget planning challenges. Uncertainty makes it harder to forecast and plan reserves or capital projects. Service delivery impacts. If taxation revenue cannot be replaced, service levels may need to be reduced. And a tax burden shift. More of the tax burden could shift to residential and farmland ratepayers, especially under the constraints of the 5-to-1 tax ratio. Then we look at the provincial mature asset strategy. This is an initiative introduced in 2025, and it focuses on aging oil and gas infrastructure, but its scope and implementation details remain unclear. Some concerns are there's no definition of mature asset. The province has not provided clear criteria, which creates uncertainty for municipalities. There's also limited information on how mature assets will be assessed and taxed under this new strategy. And there's been limited municipal input. Municipalities and environmental advocates have had minimal involvement in shaping this policy. The potential impact on the county's budget environment could be significant if mature assets are assessed at lower values or exempted entirely from taxation. This initiative adds another layer of uncertainty to long-term financial planning, reinforcing the need for council to monitor provincial policy changes and consider contingency strategies. Next, we'll look at some of the requisitions that are come through the province. The first one is the school requisition. The school requisition is set by the province and collected by municipalities, but municipalities have no control over the amount levied. You can see that the amount kind of dipped for a little while by the province and is now increased. It's actually in 2025 slightly lower than in 2016. However, the percentage that's being funded through non-residential and residential properties has also shifted during that time. I will also note an anomaly in 2024, which resulted from the province under levying the required requisition in 23 by $640,000, which was then due to be paid in 2024. So the province requisitioned us less than they should have, and then the next year said we have to pay it. During that year, council opted to fund that amount out of reserves so as to not pass that error by the province on to individual ratepayers. Again, these requisitions don't directly affect the county's reserve strategy, but they do impact ratepayers because the amounts are added to property tax bills and fluctuate year to year. Council should note that these requisitions are outside municipal control, yet they create uncertainty for ratepayers and influence affordability within the county's budget environment. Next, we look at the seniors housing requisition. I will note that the province mandates seniors housing, but the requisition rates are actually set by the housing organization, not by the province. But I've included them here because they just fit better with the rest of the requisitions. Again, in 2024, the requisition amount increased dramatically compared to previous years, creating an unexpected impact for ratepayers. This increase occurred because the housing organization realized that it had not been setting aside enough funds for future needs and faced a significant funding shortfall. Again, to buffer this impact in 2024, council opted to fund the increase from reserves rather than passing the full costs on to residents. This decision in that year helped reduce the immediate financial burden on ratepayers. This example illustrates why long-term financial planning is really critical. When organizations fail to plan, sudden funding gaps can result in significant tax increases. It also reinforces the importance of reserve transfers in the county's own budget strategy. Reserves allow the county to smooth costs over time and avoid sudden disruptive impacts on ratepayers. Then we look at the designated industrial property tax requisition. This one's been in place since 2018. The requisition is collected only on designated industrial properties and is mandated by the province. These funds are required to cover the cost of provincially calculated assessments for industrial properties. Again, municipalities act as the collector but have no control over the amount or how it is calculated. This amount is relatively small compared to the other requisitions, but they do represent another example of provincial decisions that add complexity to municipal tax bills and impact ratepayers in the industrial sector. Now we look at some key takeaways from the provincial pressures section. First, provincial policy creates uncertainty in tax revenues and service funding. Examples include assessment model reviews, requisition changes, and initiatives like the mature asset strategy. Second, these changes often shift the tax burden towards residential and farmland properties, especially under the constraints of the 5-to-1 tax ratio. Third, council must be prepared to adjust service levels or explore new funding sources if provincial impacts worsen. These insights reinforce the importance of long-term financial planning, proactive reserve strategies, as well as advocacy to protect municipal sustainability. Before I move on to project introductions, are there any questions from council?
I'll give you a break for a second. So one of the key takeaways for me at RMA during the ministerial forum was Minister Nate Horner, who's the Minister of Finance and President of the Treasury Board. And he was, I think, fairly honest with saying, we're in for some tough times, like provincially, federally. And so I think it just reinforced for me that this budget's more important than ever. And I know we talk a lot about the outside control and what we can't control. This budget here is something we can control. Like you say, whether we're looking at service levels, maybe we have to look at cutting back on things. I mean, they're facing pressures too with the province, which of course is coming from, we talk about downloading, they're getting it from the federal government too, but it was just very interesting. This is the first RMA, I think, in all that I've, 9th one or whatever I've attended, that there was just really a lot of talk about the financial pressure that's gonna happen in the province. So I think for us to assume that those grants from the province are gonna be there, I don't know if they will be there. I think we have to not assume and count on those as much. So we have to look within ourselves and what we can do to maybe reduce spending within our budget.
Councillor Olson.
Yeah, I have a question on senior housing. Maybe this was answered by you already, maybe I missed it, but what was the reason for the increase in the cost almost 4 times in 2024, I believe it was?
Through the chair, I'd have to look a little bit more in detail on exactly what, but effectively what they came in and looked at is their long-term strategy and recognized that the amount that they were requisitioning was not sufficient to fund long-term operations. And so they re-looked at that and determined that that amount needed to increase by that volume.
Are these all the local boards you're talking about?
This is through the Kneehill Seniors Housing Board.
Okay.
And it's funny, now that I'm on that board anymore, it's not that I forget, but those numbers start shifting out of my head, so we'll maybe have to rely on our 2 new members. But I do know, sitting on Knee Housing at the time, can't think of the number off the top of my head, but it was significant years that there hadn't been an increase. And it was unfortunate that it hadn't been done, you know, every year, but it hadn't been done. For whatever reason, I didn't sit on the board prior to that, so I don't know. But we had to make a decision that, and there, like mentioned, there was no reserves that wasn't being planned for. So it was a big hit in 1 year. And like I said, as a council at that time, we did choose to take that money out of reserves so the ratepayers didn't have that impact. I mean, it's the ratepayers' money, reserves is as well, but yeah, so that's my short answer to that. Just, I think it hadn't been planned well in the past. No blame on anybody, that's just the way it was. And unfortunately, that 1 year, that was a big hit. So for those of you that sit on the board currently, just make sure that, yeah, that it's done in small amounts so you don't have to do that large hit.
Councillor Olson?
So yeah, that was, I seen it flatline there and then just a big increase. So basically we should have an upward trajectory on that in the planning going forward. Yeah, thank you.
That's why it's real important that if you're sitting on these boards, double check things. Make sure that getting the bang for the buck too. Thanks.
So remember that they were relying on a grant from the government from the Alberta province that they didn't get that year too. And that was a hit to their budget.
Okay. So we've reviewed the county's fiscal condition and provincial pressures. This section introduces projects included within the 2026 budget. The purpose of this section is to outline each proposed project and provide background information. This allows council to hear about the projects, ask any initial questions, and begin considering the context. There will be additional opportunities later in the budget process for council to discuss and consider these items in depth. Each project will be presented with its name, description, budget, recommended funding sources, and forecasted future costs and forecasted operating budget impact. Sorry.
Just a quick question on that. Where does councillors' projects come in? I see that this is all projects coming in from staff. How does councillors get their projects in there?
Through the chair, that would be by council request, absolutely. That would be then included in the budget. Yeah. Absolutely. Typically, everything that administration puts together is really by paying attention to what council asks, what council talks about, and then we try to be responsive to those requests. I personally watch almost every council meeting to try and make sure I have a pulse on what council's looking for, what council might struggle with, so that when I'm working on presentations, I'm trying to ensure that we're giving council solid information and potentially explaining something in more depth that was hard before or responding to requests.
That's a tough one to do, eh? Read our mind.
It's an ongoing thing, but it's actually one of the things I value most about my job is being responsible for providing financial context to council and ensuring that it's good information. Okay, so I'm going to introduce the types of projects that council will see in the budget. Again, some of these slides that you've seen today are repeats from the orientation. Some of them will be repeated later on in the process, typically with adding a little bit more context. So there are two main categories of projects. Capital projects, which involve physical assets and infrastructure. They include maintenance of existing assets, replacement of existing assets, new assets, and phased projects. And then there are operational projects, which are one-time initiatives or programs that support operations. And those include one-time short initiative projects and as well as operating initiatives. So we look at the type of projects, and then we look at how projects are funded. The first one is through reserves, which again are effectively the county's savings. Reserves are built over time so the county can fund projects without sudden tax increases or borrowing. Grants, they include annual programs like CCBF and LGFF, as well as project-specific grants. Grants help reduce the burden on local taxpayers and are an important part of the county's funding strategy. There's debt. Again, debt remains an option, but the county hasn't used debt for projects in many years. Avoiding debt helps keep long-term costs down, but it is available if needed for major infrastructure. And then there's also external funding. Occasionally, there are opportunities for external funding through other entities. This can relate to shared assets or items that are being funded through agreements. Funding projects requires a mix of planning and strategy. Reserves and grants are our primary tools. Before we go over the projects being proposed in this presentation, I have a few slides on pre-approval projects which were presented and approved by Council in September. This slide provides a summary of all projects and capital equipment plan purchases that were brought forward for Council pre-approval in September. The total cost of pre-approved projects is $20,063,000, and the amount funded through reserves is $17,203,000, and grants in the amount of $2,860,000. I will also note that several of the listed projects could qualify for grant funding through LGFF and CCBF programs. The available funding under these programs is currently being reviewed, and funding sources for these projects may be recommended to be updated as grant allocations are confirmed. So I looked at the list of pre-approval projects. The following two slides outline the reason for pre-approving projects. Typically, the annual budget is targeted to be adopted in December, which provides staff with clear direction for the upcoming year. This year, the budget cycle has been delayed to allow for council to go through orientation prior to beginning the budget orientation process. With this year's later timeline, waiting for full budget adoption would have created risks, like shorter lead time for projects requiring requests for proposals, potential delays in construction schedules, and missed opportunities for grant funding. Pre-approvals provided a solution by enabling critical projects to move forward ahead of full budget adoption. This approach ensured that time-sensitive infrastructure work and operational priorities could proceed without disruption, while still aligning with Council's strategic direction. There are some benefits that resulted from Council's decision to approve projects ahead of the full 2026 budget. Early approval has allowed the county to maintain and replace infrastructure and assets proactively, avoiding delays that could have impacted service levels. Secure current year pricing for contracts and assets, reducing the risk of cost escalation. Lock in contractor and asset availability for 2026, which ensures projects can start on schedule. Access available grant programs, which helps offset reserve funding requirements. And begin preparatory work for 2026 projects earlier, which improves efficiency and timelines. Importantly, all pre-approved projects were funded through reserves or grants, meaning there is no direct impact on 2026 tax rates. These benefits demonstrate how strategic timing and planning can protect the county's budget environment and support long-term financial sustainability. Having reviewed the pre-approval projects, we will now go on to outlining the remaining projects being put forward for council consideration. The first group of projects focuses on maintenance of existing assets. So these projects are aimed at preserving and extending the life of current infrastructure and facilities, ensuring safety, reliability, and cost efficiency. Maintenance projects help reduce long-term costs by addressing issues before they become major failures, which supports the county's proactive infrastructure strategy. This slide presents the first project being put forward for council consideration. Before I go over the project itself, I'd like to explain the structure of the project slides. The information on each project slides includes the project name, which identifies the name of each initiative being put forward, the description, which summarizes the scope and purpose of work, the 2026 budget and recommended funding source, which indicates the proposed budget for the project and how it is recommended to be funded, forecasted future costs, which indicates anticipated costs for future years related to each project. This section is included to ensure Council is aware of any future costs associated with the project and is typically associated with projects that will have future phases presented in future budgets. These costs are not included in the 2026 budget, as the forecasted amount is a projection for which refined numbers would come forward in subsequent budget years. And then there's forecasted operating budget impact. So this shows any expected changes to the operating budget as a result of the project. Most often, there are limited or no incremental budget impacts to a project. But if there are anticipated operating budget impacts, for example, software licensing or adjusted maintenance costs, the cost of those would be listed here. With that said, I will move on to the Roads in Need project being proposed on this slide. This program targets rural road segments that require urgent attention due to structural degradation, safety concerns, or inadequate drainage. For 2026, the focus is on feasibility studies and detailed design work for prioritized roadway segments, preparing the county to be shovel-ready for future upgrades and funding applications. Activities include engineering assessments, roadway and drainage design, and site surveying. Construction will be budgeted and implemented in subsequent years. The budget for 2026 is $275,000, with the recommended funding source being the roads reserve. And there's forecasted future costs of approximately $5.3 million. There's no direct operating budget impact for 2026, as this phase is focused on design and planning. Then we look at a tower project. This project involves either disposing of or maintaining and updating 5 communication towers that are no longer used for emergency services, as the county now uses the Alberta First Responders radio system. The scope includes dismantling or selling unused towers and completing repairs and upgrades for those still supporting regional broadband services. The project addresses legal requirements, safety concerns, and ongoing liability associated with tower ownership, while also supporting broadband access for local residents and businesses. The budget for this is $187,000, with funding coming from the infrastructure reserve. Again, no forecasted future costs and no forecasted operating budget impact. Then we look at admin and FCSS parking lot repairs.
These numbers that you're proposing here, like for an example, the administration and parking lot repairs at $85,300, that's just a ballpark number?
Through the chair, that is the amount that administration is putting forward as the budget for that item.
Is that just an estimated budget?
That's a budget based on the understanding of the scope of work and plan to be anticipated. And so it's done by each individual staff member related to that department and developed based on what their understanding is, whether they've looked at quotes, whether they have a good understanding of what those types of projects cost.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. The admin building and FCSS parking lot repairs includes concrete repairs and safety improvements to the parking lots at Kneehill County Administration Building and the Three Hills FCSS Building. The work will address damaged curbs, deteriorated wheel stops, and the need for improved signage to enhance traffic flow and safety. The project reflects a coordinated, phased approach to facility upkeep, leveraging internal resources for immediate needs and capital funding for high-priority upgrades. The budget for this is $85,300, with funding coming from the Building Capital Equipment Plan Reserve. And again, no forecasted future costs or operating budget impacts associated with this project. Next, we look at projects that are replacement of existing assets. So this addresses infrastructure or equipment that has reached the end of its useful life and can no longer be maintained cost effectively or safely. These initiatives are critical for maintaining service levels and supporting the county's long-term asset management strategy. First, we look at some overhead door replacements and repairs. This project addresses priority replacements and repairs for overhead doors and related components across county facilities. Inspections identified several doors with major structural or mechanical concerns, particularly those operating in corrosive environments or serving emergency functions. The scope includes replacing corroded doors at the salt storage building, unreliable door openers at the Trochu Fire Hall, and damaged door panels at the carbon grater shed, along with other necessary hardware and safety upgrades. The budget for this is $140,300, with funding recommended to come from the Building Capital Replacement Reserve, and again, no forecasted future costs or operating budget impact. Next, we look at the shop south gate replacement and security control upgrades. This project involves replacing the south gate, gate openers, and keypad access controls at the Three Hills Maintenance Shop. The current gate system has experienced significant downtime and is no longer reliable. The new system will include weather-resistant keypad access controls and upgrades to integrate with the county's centralized access and security network, improving both reliability and security for staff and equipment. The budget for this is $88,000, coming from the Building Capital Replacement Reserve, and again, no forecasted future costs or operating budget impact. Then we look at heater replacements at the Three Hills Old Shop. This project will replace 5 radiant tube heaters and 1 forced air furnace at the old Three Hills Maintenance Shop. These units have reached the end of their service life, with several experiencing operational failure or physical damage. The replacements will improve reliability, safety, and energy efficiency for the facility. The project also includes lift rental for safe installation. The budget for this one is $61,600. Again, coming from the Building Capital Replacement Reserve, and there's no future costs or operating budget impact forecasted.
Thank you. Just while we're on this one, can, maybe through the chair to Mr. Zier, whoever is able to answer this, what are we currently using the old shop for? Is it for storage, or is there actually work being done there? Just curious.
Thank you. Through the chair, so the old county shop is primarily used for storage. We keep 3 graders that are actually based out of that shop, as well the gravel crew runs their operations out of there. We store a number of snow plows there as well. So primarily storage, but also a meeting area. Yeah.
One of the other concerns I have about that is the main shop, the old grader shop, and the white building were supposed to be torn down prior to the building of this great big new fancy shop. The more space we seem to have, the more people we seem to hire and to fill these. I think this is something that we have to look at, and that's what council needs to have a look at and see some of these projects, because there's a lot of things down there that can be changed and or should be sold. But it's something we should look at before we even think about stuff like this.
Okay, the next one is body cam system replacement. This project will replace the existing body camera system used by Kneehill County Peace Officers. The current equipment and provider are no longer in business, which makes it impossible to obtain parts and support. Body cameras are a critical safety tool recommended by the Alberta Solicitor General Community Peace Officer Manual and the Alberta Association of Community Peace Officers. They record and archive all in-person enforcement interactions, supporting officer safety, liability reduction, and quality assurance. The new system will continue to link with in-car camera systems and meet audit trail requirements for secure evidence storage. The budget for this is $60,000, with funding recommended to come from the Transitional Fund Reserve. And again, no forecasted project costs or operating budget impact.
Councilor Cunningham.
Sorry. Can you just remind me, and I know that's just really unfortunate that the company has gone out of business, but because it wasn't that many years ago that we purchased those, was it?
Through the chair, I believe it was 4 years ago.
4 years ago, okay, yeah, I mean, you can't get blood from a stone, but yeah, that's too bad, thank you.
Okay, the next one is 1-ton snow blades. This project proposes to replace 2 existing blade units currently mounted on Kneehill County's 1-ton trucks. Both units are near the end of their operational life and require frequent maintenance. The replacement will involve sourcing and installing 2 new blade assemblies, which will be compatible with the current trucks in use. Replacing the blades will reduce repair-related downtime, improve operational efficiency, and will ensure that Kneehill County continues to meet the expected level of service in its hamlets and residential zones. The budget for this is $55,000, with funding coming from the Capital Equipment Replacement Reserve, and there's no forecasted future costs or operating budget impacts. Next, we look at capital computer purchases. This project will replace 9 laptops, 1 printer, and the on-premise WatchGuard server, all of which have reached the end of their service life and are scheduled for replacement under Kneehill County's IT replacement cycle. These replacements are necessary to prevent future failures that could disrupt work and reduce productivity. I will note that similar to the capital equipment plan, we actually have standard contributions through the operating budget for the IT reserve. And that so annual projects coming from capital purchases for IT are actually funded through the operating budget directly for both IT products and for capital equipment plan. There are actual direct contributions in the operating budget to fund those initiatives. The budget for this is $49,500. Again, recommended funding source is that IT reserve because that money has already been put away there through the operating budget. And there's no forecasted future costs or direct operating budget impact expected. Then we have some building code upgrades. This project addresses code-related deficiencies identified on recent facility condition assessments. The main focus is on installing backflow prevention systems for potable water at several county facilities, along with replacing hot water tanks, plumbing fixtures, and making safety upgrades such as fire stopping and concrete repairs. These upgrades are necessary to maintain compliance, protect water quality, and ensure safe, reliable operation of county buildings. The budget for this is $43,500, with funding coming from the Buildings Capital Replacement Reserve. And again, no future costs or operating budget impact expected. Then we have a sign storage building replacement. This project will remove the existing sign storage structure and install a new CCAN outfitted with interior lighting and shelving or storage modifications to accommodate signage inventory. The new unit will be positioned for easy access and will serve as the county's designated sign storage facility. The replacement is necessary due to ongoing deterioration and water damage in the current building, which is now beyond practical repair. The budget for this is $11,000. Funding coming from the Buildings Capital Replacement Reserve, and there's no forecasted future costs or operating budget impacts. Then we look at the Meehan Cemetery fence replacement. This project will replace the plastic fence on the east side of the cemetery with a metal post and chain style fence, similar to the one in the place at the Torrington East Cemetery.
I'd like to know a little bit more about why. I mean, I've been there. Not on the best of circumstances, but I've been there. There's nothing wrong with that fence. Anyone?
Thank you through the chair. This cemetery has 2 ownerships. One is owned not by the county, the other one is. So it's kind of in a partnership in order to replace the whole fence. From what I understand is there are some condition aspects to it. They're trying to bring it in line with the rest of it, and there's been some concerns raised to us by not only the other property owner, but patrons that go there and visit.
The question was, why is that fence being replaced? There's nothing wrong with it.
Through the chair, our evaluation was that there were things that needed to be replaced with it.
Thank you.
This project has a budget of $8,800. This is one where when I looked at funding sources and that fourth one where is external funding. So this is a project that would be shared from the Catholic Church that owns the other part of that property. So they would be contributing $5,450 towards the project, and Kneehill County would be contributing $3,350 from the Parks Reserve.
So that was brought forth by the Catholic Church to replace the fence then? I gather, right? If their money's coming out of their reserve?
Through the chair, yes, they did approach us.
Okay.
Okay, the next piece is looking at new assets, which highlight initiatives that add new capabilities and infrastructure to county operations. The first of this is the Class 3 landfill cell development and approval. This project will engage a consultant to design a new landfill cell, produce engineered drawings, and submit for approval through Alberta Environment and Protected Areas for construction. The new cell will be located within the boundaries of the existing Torrington transfer site. The project is necessary to maintain service levels for county ratepayers and ensure compliance with regulatory requirements for waste management infrastructure. The budget for this is $275,000 with funding coming from the infrastructure reserve. And there are forecasted future costs for $1,958,000 with no direct operating budget impact expected. Then we look at a peace officer in-car radio installation. This project would install 3 10-watt AFFRRCS's in-car radios, AFRACs, in peace officers' vehicles. The new radios will increase the area in which peace officers have reliable radio coverage, acting as boosters for handheld radios. The upgrade addresses current gaps in coverage, especially in areas such as the River Valley to the west, where officers cannot always reach dispatch. Enhanced radio coverage improves officer safety and ensures compliance with hazard assessments that require reliable communication. The budget for this is $33,000 with recommended funding coming from the Transitional Fund Reserve. Again, no forecasted future project costs or operating budget impact. Then we look at some Armadillo traffic counters. This project will purchase and install a second set of 2 Armadillo traffic counters at various locations throughout the county. The counters will be used to verify both the volume and size of traffic utilizing the road network. The data collected supports future road planning, maintenance scheduling, and grant applications by providing accurate traffic information. The budget for this is $15,400 with funding coming from the Roads Reserve, and again, no forecasted future costs or operating budget impacts.
Councilor Cunningham.
So I think you answered this, but so this will be our second set. So we'll have 2 sets of these traffic counters because I think it was a couple of years ago we got the 1 set. Okay. And maybe just a question going forward, like I know there was some traffic counters on some roads in my division. It would be really helpful to see that data when it's done because of course when ratepayers see it, like I get a text saying, what's that on that pole there? So then people are really curious to know what the outcome of that data is. So that's something I would really love to see going forward. Yeah. Thank you. And then what is it you do with that data once you have it, I guess? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we look at phased projects. So again, this is ones where they're multi-year initiatives that require planning and implementation over several budget cycles. This one, there's one in this category. It's for Bridge File 02288. This will engage engineering consultants to complete the design work for the replacement of this bridge, which is a structure that currently has a low structural rating of 33.3%. The design phase includes engineering assessments, preparation of construction drawings, and cost estimates. Completing the design work in advance ensures the county is ready to proceed with construction when funding becomes available and supports future grant applications. The budget for this is $275,000 with recommended funding coming from the Roads Reserve. And there's a $1.1 million anticipated future costs and no direct operating budget impact expected. Now we move on to looking at operational type projects. So again, these are no longer looking at actual assets. They are looking at other things that are not tangible items. They include one-time projects that focus on activities supporting service delivery and organizational improvements. The first is the aerial photo update. This project provides full replacement of Kneehill County's aerial imagery as part of an established 4-year renewal cycle. These photos will be acquired and processed, improving mapping accuracy and usability across departments. The new imagery supports planning, asset management, and operational decision-making. The budget for this is $99,000 with funding coming from the infrastructure reserve. And again, no forecasted future project costs or operating budget impact. Then we have some solid waste roll-off bins. This project provides an alternative for residents to offload landfill materials at a more convenient location by bringing 2 roll-off bins to a supervised transfer site twice per year. This initiative is designed to improve accessibility for residents who may not be able to travel to the main landfill site, supporting responsible waste management and community service. The budget for this is for $35,200 with funding coming from the infrastructure reserve. There are no forecasted future project costs, and at this time, no future forecasted operating budget impact. However, this is a one-time operating project at this time, intended to be a pilot project. If council chose to continue that, then that might be something that would then be brought into the operating budget as an ongoing service level. Then we have a Lucas for the Torrington Fire Department, which is the medical first response level of service. It is an automated chest compression system that assists members performing CPR during emergency medical calls. The device improves the quality and consistency of chest compressions, supporting better patient outcomes and reducing physical strain on responders. The budget for this is $33,000. The recommended funding source is $25,000 from the Medical First Responders Grant and then $8,000 from the Infrastructure Reserve funded by the county. And there's no forecasted future project costs or operating budget impact. Then we look at the County Pasture Rejuvenation Project. This project intends to restore and enhance the ecological health, productivity, and sustainability of the Schmaltz pasture, which is a 270-acre site adjacent to the Torrington landfill. The initiative includes activities such as reseeding, weed control, and soil amendments to improve forage quality and pasture resilience. The project would support long-term land stewardship and sustainable agricultural practices. The budget is $29,700 with funding coming from the Rangeland Sustainability Program. So that would be an external funding source. And then there's no forecasted future costs or operating budget impacts.
Who is Rangeland? Anybody?
Through the chair, Reeve, I'll have to get more information for you on the Rangeland Sustainability Program.
Please, thanks.
Okay, and then we have the Wyke Shop upgrades. This project would upgrade the shop to better support operational needs of the facilities and utility departments. They will create more functional, dedicated in-house workspaces, improving efficiency and supporting ongoing maintenance activities. This project includes minor renovations and equipment purchases to optimize the layout and usability. The budget's $9,100, with funding coming from the Building Capital Replacement Reserve. And again, no forecasted future costs or operating budget impact. And finally, we look at operating initiatives, which focus on projects that address emerging needs or enhance service delivery in innovative ways. So there's one project under this category. It's the Generator Maintenance Program. So this project would engage a contractor to perform all necessary annual maintenance on water pump house generators, which will include inspections of consumables, starter systems, batteries, and charger systems, engine, and control panels. The program is designed to ensure reliable operation of backup generators, supporting uninterrupted water service during power outages or emergencies. The budget for this is $16,500, and with funding coming from the water reserve. And then there's no forecasted ongoing project costs, but there is an operating budget impact, which is $15,300. So if this project was approved, the year one costs would be funded from the water reserve, and then the ongoing maintenance costs would be built into the operating budget starting in 2027. Okay, this slide shows a summary of all the projects that have been proposed within this presentation. The total proposed project budget is $1,885,900. Again, they're categorized into those 6 categories: maintenance of existing assets, new initiatives, operating projects, phased projects, and replacement of existing assets. Each category shows the total budget allocation for the projects included. This summary helps council see the overall distribution of proposed projects and investments and supports informed decision-making as the budget process moves forward. And just to kind of look at the correlation between the operating and capital budget and the core operating budget. So again, this slide, we've seen this before, but it just shows how property taxes and user fees feed into that operating budget, and then budget allocations from the budget, so reserve transfers are put into reserves, and then reserve funds fund operating and capital projects, as well as grants can fund those projects as well. So it just shows that relationship between how reserves are built and how projects don't directly affect that operating budget on any given year. And then this slide summarizes the funding sources for all proposed projects in 2026. They are funded from a mix of reserves, including the IT reserve, the transitional fund reserve, the capital equipment replacement, buildings capital replacement, roads, infrastructure, water, parks, and then grants and community funds. The table shows the available balance in each reserve and then the amount allocated to projects for 2026. The total projects funded by reserves amount to $1,825,750, with an additional $60,150 funded from other sources. That concludes the section on proposed projects. Before I move on to the last section, the project forecast, are there any questions? Okay, this sets the slide for the project forecast section, which is the last section of this presentation. So I'm going to start by just defining what a financial forecast is and why it matters for council. A financial forecast is a forward-looking tool that helps council anticipate future financial trends and challenges. The Municipal Government Act requires the county to approve a 3-year operating forecast and a 5-year capital forecast each year. They provide a big picture view of upcoming financial trends, major projects, and potential pressures. It is important to note that forecasts are not budgets. They do not give administration authority to spend funds. They are for planning purposes and decision-making. Forecasts help council look ahead, spot risks early, and make informed decisions. They support long-term sustainability and strategic planning. So why does forecasting matter? It is essential for long-term financial sustainability and strategic alignment. It gives council a view beyond the annual budget, helping to plan for future needs and challenges. They help manage reserves, debt, and the impact of tax changes more effectively, and they build transparency and confidence in decision-making, both for council and the public. By looking ahead, council can make proactive choices, avoid surprises, and ensure the county remains financially healthy. So this slide provides a summary of the major projects and asset replacements forecasted for 2027 through 2033. So we've extended that beyond the required 5 years to 7. The forecast includes estimated costs and timing for maintenance of existing assets, new initiatives, operating projects, phased projects, and the replacement of existing assets. The purpose of the forecast is to give council a longer-term view of upcoming trends and infrastructure needs. It is important to note that the full detailed project forecast, including specific projects and financial breakdowns, is included in the council package as well as in the binders provided to council today. So this slide outlines the next steps in the 2026 budget process. The next phases include collecting questions and information requests related to proposed projects, presenting the core operating budget, and responding to council's questions and information requests. Then there will be budget balancing deliberations, ensuring all concerns and priorities are addressed before final budget adoption. This concludes the content of today's presentation. I want to thank council for your attention, your questions, and commitment to the budget process. Your leadership and engagement are essential to the county's financial sustainability and success.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll better take a lunch break now. We got delegations coming in on, what, 1 o'clock? Okay.
Would you like to just receive for information before we go in
Please.
to break? Yeah.
Do you need a motion? Councillor Hopkins?
I make a motion, we receive 2026 budget setting the stage and proposed projects presentation for information.
Any discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. All right, we have Municipal Affairs with us here today, and I think what we'll do is we'll just go around the table and introduce ourselves, and you can introduce yourselves also. I'm Lonnie McCook, the Reeve.
Richard Hoppins, Deputy Reeve.
Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, so I'm an area to the east, west, south, and north of Three Hills.
And Jerry.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Whitstock. I am Counselor, Division 3. That is the Acme Linden area. Thank you very much for coming.
Okay, thank you for giving us the time to talk to council. We'd like to acknowledge that Alberta includes the traditional territory of the signatories to Treaty 6, 7, and 8. We also acknowledge the Métis people of Alberta and their deep connection to the land. My name is Dee DeVoe. I'm a Municipal Viability Advisor with Municipal Affairs, and I'm leading the Village of Carbon's Viability Review. Prior to joining the ministry, I was a CAO in a urban municipality in Central Peace for 11 years. And in that area, we worked closely with 3 rurals and a village, so there's 5 of us. With me today is my colleague, Ross Zimmerman.
Hi, everyone. As Dee said, my name is Ross Zimmerman. I am also a Municipal Viability Advisor with the Government of Alberta. I will be supporting Dee on this particular project. Before joining the Government of Alberta, my professional background's in urban planning, and I worked for rural municipalities primarily across Western Canada in Saskatchewan and Alberta. And I am here to kind of support Dee on this project, as well as some of the other sort of tasks that we'll be talking a little bit about later today. Kind of we always have a lead and a support just so that everything moves forward nonetheless. And I also want to point out Denise in the back. Do you want to? Yes, yeah, Denise is, without the microphone, maybe I'll porte-parole. Denise is another Municipal Viability Advisor. She is our newest team member as well. So she's kind of come along to sort of a lot of these public presentations and sort of council presentations just to kind of get a little bit of a feel for it. And then prior to working for the Government of Alberta, Denise spent quite some time as the Ledge Services Director for the city of the town of Drumheller, sorry. So very local to this area.
So we're talking about teams. We were part of the Municipal Viability Team. We deal mostly with supporting municipalities through Part 4 of the MGA, especially with restructuring, including viability reviews, amalgamations, and changes of status. So this presentation will provide you with an understanding of the viability review process and give us an opportunity to answer any of your questions. So objectives for the presentation today are to provide you with an overview of the viability review, to discuss the roles and the responsibilities of the ministry, the village, and the county, and to discuss the next steps, including what the county can expect over the next few months. This presentation should take approximately 45 minutes. So if you have any questions during the presentation, do let us know. But in consideration of time, we might ask that you hold a question because we know it may be answered later in the presentation. And there will also be some time at the end of the presentation for a few questions. So I'd like to take a moment now to explain what a viability review is. At its core, a viability review is a collaborative and community-focused process which brings stakeholders together and empowers communities to make decisions about their future. It engages residents, electors, and neighboring municipalities in providing information and data, And it includes several public engagement sessions and opportunities to give residents a chance to learn, provide input, and ask questions. A viability review also provides an objective and partial accounting of the municipality, which focuses on several broad areas and results in a viability review report. This report is shared with the public, and we'll talk about those areas included in the report shortly. After residents receive a report, electors vote on the question of dissolution, which may result in either the municipality remaining an independent entity or and implement some changes, or dissolving and becoming a hamlet in the surrounding rural municipality. No matter what, whether the village votes to remain or the village votes to dissolve, a viability review supports a community to move beyond the status quo to a more sustainable future. And as the stewards of this process, our goal is to ensure that the electors have the information they need to make an informed decision on the vote. Alongside with being collaborative and community focused and objective and partial, viability reviews are also detailed and specific. Each municipality is unique, and the viability review process for the village will be conducted with the needs of the residents and the community in mind. The review is forward-thinking and solutions-based to enable the community to be viable over the long term, either as a village or a hamlet. Under the current legislation, a viability review can be initiated in 3 ways. A municipal council can make a request for a viability review to the minister. The electors can submit a sufficient petition to the minister requesting consideration of a viability review, and by the minister if the minister believes a viability review is warranted. In this case, with the Village of Carbon, the minister received a sufficient petition, ordered a viability screening to determine that the concerns raised warranted a viability review, and after which determined a viability review was the appropriate course of action.
Thank you very much, Dee. We've talked a little bit about the viability review report, which is the final deliverable, I guess you could say, of this process. This report is mailed to all property owners in the Village of Carbon, and it focuses on 6 primary themes. The first theme is community. This is primarily tied to things like FCSS, tied to things like recreation, community identity, community branding, stuff like that. And in this one particular section with community, we also focus a lot on the kind of intangible aspects of community in the village. Being a village of Carbon is one thing, but even if the village was to dissolve, the residents of Carbon, the history of Carbon would continue as it becomes a hamlet. The next section we talk about in the report is governance. This is primarily tied to village council, county council, policies, bylaws, long-range planning, regional collaboration, stuff like that. We talk about administration, which is primarily focused on village and county staff, as well as how staff communicates with residents. We talk about finances, which is related to things like debt, assets, revenue, property tax rates, stuff like that. We talk about infrastructure, which is primarily tied to something called an infrastructure audit, which we'll talk a little bit about in just a second. But in summary, an infrastructure audit is a current review of all physical assets in the village, including costs to maintain, mitigate, sort of replace and upgrade, as well as how those costs will be funded over the next 10 years, the priority of those different costs and projects, as well as annual operating. And last but not least, we talk about services, which would be kind of the services that the municipality provides, whether it's snow clearing, road maintenance, potable water, wastewater, solid waste management, stuff like that. One thing I do want to focus is that in this viability review report, we do not look at the past. We don't look at how decisions led us to the point of today. As Dee mentioned, this is a lot more of a future-focused development and future-focused project. So we'll talk about the present and kind of the current context, and then what residents can expect in the future, which is illustrated on our next slide right here. So each of those 6 sections has a preamble, which sort of outlines what exactly that section includes. It also includes a current context, which is what community administration finances is like currently in the village. And then we have a comparison. What can village residents reasonably expect if they vote to remain and make changes, or what they can reasonably expect if they vote to dissolve? In the comparisons, there are a few asterisks. One thing, of course, being that past decisions do not limit the decisions of future councils. So we really try and give our best guess based on documents that have already been adopted and approved by both councils, sort of general direction provided by administration. And because of that, we really do try and pull as much information as we can so that we can make sure that residents of the village have all the information they need to make a reasonable decision at the end of the day. And if residents vote to remain, we also provide recommended actions. Those recommended actions are largely based on best practices, and those would be things that we as the ministry see areas that the village could improve, the village could mitigate. Really, the village could make changes to improve the long-term sustainability and viability of the municipality. In this comparison, the one thing we don't do is we don't give pros and cons. We don't say, you should vote to remain because of X, Y, Z, you should vote to dissolve because of A, B, C. We very much provide unbiased information that we've collected, and it's ultimately up to electors to read the report and kind of think about the information we've provided and make their own decision on what they think is best for the future of their family, their neighbors, and the future of their community.
So we're going to look at the 2 options. The first option for the village to not dissolve, but to remain and take actions to ensure viability. If the majority of the electors choose this option, there are a few things that the village may expect. The minister may issue directives based on information in the report. These directives are actions that the village must take within a set period, and we will talk about those in a few minutes, I think, on the next slide here. Once the minister issues the directives, through a ministerial order, ministry staff will deliver a presentation to the village council reviewing those directions and expectations. That presentation would dive into what the directives specifically require and answer any of the village council and administration's questions. As part of the directives, the minister is likely to require the village to submit annual update reports on the municipality's progress to meet those directives to the ministry for 5 years. And lastly, during the 5-year period, ministry staff remain available to support the village in meeting the directives, such as answering questions, supporting submission development, and providing available resources when needed. The other option will be to dissolve and become a hamlet in the neighboring municipality. Dissolution is a process where an existing municipality is no longer an independent entity, but becomes a hamlet in the neighboring municipality. In Alberta, for dissolution to occur, a viability review must be completed and a vote of electors on the question of dissolution must be held. If village electors vote to dissolve and become a hamlet in the county, the minister would be available to support both the village and the county during the transitionary period. This would include supporting the county with funding and grant applications, which we'll discuss in a moment, as well as ensuring that the village is prepared to dissolve. So generally, we recommend that dissolution takes place on January 1st or July 1st. So our anticipation for the vote taking place would be for late summer 2026. So we would most likely recommend dissolution date of January 1st, 2027 if the village were to vote to dissolve. So now we're going to look, as promised, at what the intent of the directives are. So these directives are meant to support the long-term viability of the village and the expectation that changes are needed to ensure the municipality's viability and future sustainability. These directives historically have directed the municipality to create an action plan that addresses the recommendations in the viability report and a long-range capital plan based on the findings of the infrastructure audit. Some of these directives or recommendations would be considered, they're indicated by a must, and some would be strongly suggested through a should consider. The musts are mandatory usually when legislation is not being followed, and the should consider are when an actions could benefit the village's long-term sustainability. They're usually based on best practices. When it's a should consider during the directives, if the village decides not to follow that recommendation, it is expected that they submit a strong rationale to the minister on why. Now, one thing to consider is, of more importance, these directives indicate an expectation that the status quo will change. So those changes can be expected for the village to move forward in a sustainable manner. If you're interested in what those recommendations may look like, past reports are on the alberta.ca website under viability reviews for municipalities. So you can take a look there and see what some of those recommendations have looked like in the past, and it might give you an idea of what to expect for the village. Now on the other side, we're going to talk about a little bit about funding. There's funding available as part of the viability review process. As mentioned earlier, the village is working on completing an infrastructure audit. Funding for the village of $150,000 was approved by the minister for that infrastructure audit through the Alberta Community Partnership Programs, or ACP, the restructuring study stream. If the village dissolves, the county would receive the infrastructure audit, which would be a helpful tool for the county to incorporate the new hamlet's infrastructure into the county's long-range plans. Also, if the village votes to dissolve, the county has access for more funding through the ACP program under the post-restructuring streams. Under the ACP transitional stream, the county would have access to funding intended to support transitional activities, some examples being legal or legislative costs such as land title fees, boundary review, or reviewing contracts and bylaws or policies. The integration or migration of administrative systems such as accounting, financial assessment, even communications or records management. And then even any community engagement activities that the county wish to provide. This funding has a base amount of $200,000 plus $500 per capita to a maximum of 500 persons, or $450,000. At this point, the program is based on the population list that's published on alberta.ca. Carbon has a population of 497, so it is anticipated that the county would have access to 446,000 under that stream. The county would also be able to access funding through the ACP infrastructure stream. This funding is intended to ensure that critical infrastructure projects can continue until the new hamlet can be integrated into the county's long-range plans. This stream's funding has a base amount of $750,000 plus $1,500 per capita to the maximum of 500 persons again, or $1.5 million. The county could anticipate with the village's population to have access to $1.488 million. Altogether, the county could anticipate being eligible for just over $1.93 million in ACP funding to integrate the new hamlet into their operations and continue infrastructure investment in the hamlet. Additionally, if a municipality dissolves under the current LGFF program, the receiving municipality will receive LGFF funding equivalent to the amount that would have been allocated to the former municipality as if dissolution had not taken place, in addition to its own allocation, also calculated as if that restructuring had not taken place. This calculation would apply in the year that the restructuring occurs, plus these 5 subsequent years. After that period, calculations for the county as a whole would be including the tradition, like it would be the traditional formula, including the population of the new hamlet. Also, any unspent LGFF funding from the dissolved municipality is anticipated to be transferred to the receiving municipality.
Thank you very much. So we do have a little bit of a process, I guess you could say, for the viability review. Because this is a legislative process, every viability review follows this timeline, with a few exceptions here and there, notably starting with viability review initiation. As Dee mentioned, the viability review was initiated as a result of a sufficient petition in July of 2025. Now, unique to this viability review is, of course, the election that we just had just a few months ago in October. So as a result, even though the process started in July, we didn't do any outward-facing work until after the election. Instead, during those period, we worked a lot with administration of the village and the county to begin collecting information that eventually be included in the report. Now that the election is finished and all of you are sitting here around this table, we are able to move forward with some of those more public-facing opportunities, including a initial information session, which will be scheduled for January of next year. And that's going to be an opportunity for village residents in particular to learn about the viability review process and kind of what they can expect. I'd say about 75% of that presentation is covered in this presentation, with the other 25% really focusing in on public engagement in particular. That meeting or that public information session is geared towards village residents, but as county councilors and county staff, you're more than welcome to attend as well, and that'll be advertised via email or via letter on the GOA website, as well as in a local newspaper as well. With that initial public information session, we also launch an online survey, which is again open to everyone, including county residents, and it gathers a bit more input, a little bit more information on the specific opportunities and challenges that both county residents face, but also that village residents anticipate kind of moving forward into the future with the village. After we've had an opportunity to collect all of that initial information, we schedule a mid-review public information session where we cover some of the things that we've learned and gather additional information. And lastly, we take all of that sort of data we've collected and we put it into the viability review report, which is distributed by mail to all village residents. Then we have our third and final public engagement opportunity, which is a pre-vote information session where people can learn about the report, ask questions about the report, as well as learn about how they will vote on the question of dissolution. Based on the results of the vote, as Dee mentioned, either residents will vote to remain and make changes, or village residents will vote to dissolve the village and for it to become a hamlet in Kneehill County. As we've talked a little bit about today, and as I hope you've kind of inferred by now, this is a primarily ministry-led process. We do, I would say, about 90% of the work in terms of getting this from initiation all the way through the end. And some of the things that we do specifically would be leading the process as we've been talking about today, informing residents and electors of public engagement opportunities, hosting those public information sessions, writing the viability review report, and ultimately conducting the vote of electors pursuant to the Local Authorities Election Act, which is the same legislation that governments across the province use for their local elections we would have just had in October. With that being said, there are a few other opportunities where specifically the village and the county are involved. As Dee mentioned, the village in particular completes an infrastructure audit. They're currently going through the process of creating a request for proposal, which I believe that they've shared with county staff, and they're kind of working together to make sure that that final document is useful to both the village as well as the county if it votes to dissolve. Providing some of that requested information, as we talked about, assisting with communications by putting up materials that we send on the village website and perhaps on the county website, as well as providing support through something called the Viability Review Support Group, or the VRSG. And the VRSG is kind of the main way, I guess you could say, that we will communicate with councillors and council moving forward through this process. This is an independent body that is organized by D&I, and it includes a councillor and the CAO from the village and the county, as well as representatives from all of the municipal associations, so RMA, AB Munis, ARMA, and LGAA. And the role of the VRSG is really to kind of provide input on the process as well as provide input on the final viability review report. The VRSG will meet a few times throughout the process virtually to review information that we've collected from the village and from the county, to consider the village's viability and provide some of those best practice recommendations, to review the final draft report before it goes out to the process, to the public, I should say, and finally to kind of liaise between VRSG members, so this would be village council, county council, and the ministry, as well as those member organizations, ARMA, LGAA, AB Munis, RMA, stuff like that. Two things I do want to quickly highlight before we move on past the VRSG. This process, you could say, is working under current legislation. If it changes, we will let you know through the VRSG. And further, if you have any recommendations for things that we could do better, please let your municipal associations know. We have a kind of a back and forth meeting that we have with them, which is focused in a lot on kind of some of those changes that might be beneficial to the project.
Okay, that takes us to next steps. So as mentioned, we've been very busy since the viability review was initiated, collecting the initial information, working on the infrastructure audit funding, and preparing for the upcoming public information session and survey. So going forward, the ministry will continue to support the village administration in accessing the ACP funding for the infrastructure audit, as well as providing any available support during the procurement of the infrastructure audit. And as Ross said, now that the general municipal election has been completed, we anticipate the appointment of the representatives to the Viability Review Support Group in the near future here. And we will also be hosting that initial public information session, which we anticipate will be in January 2026, probably late January 2026. This is the ministry's opportunity, like Ross said, to introduce the viability review to the residents and to give them a chance to ask their questions, learn more about how they can participate and provide initial input. And again, I'll just repeat that you as well as county residents are more than welcome and encouraged to attend as a resident of the greater community, and but not as a council member. We're not expecting anybody to be there and be a target to answer questions, right? You're there to participate as that greater community, as well as quite often the survey is not limited to just village residents. It does have, in the first section, it actually asks for clarification if you live in the village, do you own property in the village, do you live outside of the village? Because that greater community input and those concerns and questions are important as well. We're also working with both administrations to collect information with, from the village and the county. Like we had talked about earlier, this initial information is in the form of a workbook that we're currently working on. From the village, we're mainly looking to capture information on things such as current operations, processes, and policies. We're also looking to capture challenges, what challenges, concerns, and misunderstandings may be present in the village. From the county, we're looking for information about operations and administration in urban-type communities within the county as the potential receiving municipality. So what residents might anticipate if Carbon becomes a hamlet within the county. And since the county may also have additional insight regarding that larger region, we also ask the county to add any potential opportunities that may exist for the village. And next, residents may have questions about the viability review process. We ask that those questions are directed to us. We're available to answer them and ensure that all stakeholders have consistent information that they need to understand the process. And our contact information is on the last slide of this presentation and has also been shared with administration. Which kind of brings us to the end of our presentation today. So with that in mind and keeping in consideration of time for your meeting, does anybody have any questions?
Thanks. I noticed in there when it talks about funding for the county, when I see potential, no guarantees, that's scary. And the other side of the coin too, is you all know, it came right from the ministers up north. There's not going to be a huge amount of money in the next few years. How are we going to make a decision on taking over something like that without funding?
No, you go ahead.
I'll answer the first question and the second question.
Excuse me, I should have said, how are we going to make a decision? We're not going to make a
Okay,
decision.
I was going to say, yes, yeah. Okay. So I think the first thing, as you said, kind of just to clarify, the way that this process works, if village residents vote to dissolve, the county must accept them as residents of the community and as hamlet residents. That might mean sort of changes to the way that services are provided. And that's kind of all the information that we're collecting from your administration, so we can share that with village residents so that they have the best information when they come to vote. In terms of the finances, it is a potential amount. It is a grant funding that the county would have to apply for through the Alberta Community Partnership Program. This funding, however, is dedicated to receiving municipalities. So we do say approximate because there is an opportunity that the county might not receive the money, but this funding is specifically for this project and for this program. So we only say potential because nothing is 100% guaranteed, but historically that funding is available to municipalities. So much so that actually just in this most recent ACP funding guidelines, that funding's actually been increased for receiving municipalities. So it is something that the ministry and that the province is aware of, and it is making those changes to increase that funding amount. In addition to that funding, I think it's almost 1.9 million or give or take. The county would also receive the village's component of the LGFF funding, which is kind of that additional amount that the county has access to.
I have one question. We're all concerned about environmental issues. I happen to be from that area. I know historically, I know of one or two places where if we take over that village, we're taking on 2 or 3 major environmental things. Who's dealing with those costs?
Unfortunately, and fortunately at times too, when a municipality dissolves, all the assets and liabilities of that village go to the receiving municipality. So Along with the good, you do unfortunately get the bad as well, and the same considerations that their council would have to make and manage would be the same considerations that the receiving municipality would have to consider and manage as well.
Councillor Olson.
Yeah, one of my questions was what you covered already, but I was just wondering, who initiated the viability study? Like, did the town of Carbon approach this, or is this?
It was through a petition of the electors. So they petitioned, they had a sufficient petition to the minister requesting consideration of a viability review. And then the minister had a viability screening to see if a viability review would be the best option to move forward, or if there were other programs or processes that would be better. And in the end, determined that the viability was the best path.
So then this is residents that put forth this petition, and for what were their reasons? Just to lower their tax base or lower their taxes? Or?
Yeah, I guess I can answer this one. So I was the one that led the viability screening, which is kind of the middle ground before a viability review is initiated. And in this particular case, from my understanding, the petition was primarily brought up related to governance and administrative concerns. Primarily tied to a group of residents that were unhappy with the direction that the municipality, I should say, was moving forward in. They did talk about several different things. Taxes was one of the things that they brought up, but they brought up a handful of other concerns. But sadly, that is a confidential document, so I can't actually provide more information than that. But yeah, those are some of the general ideas.
So to start one of these viability things, how many residents does it take to initiate this kind of study?
Yeah, in this particular case, 30%. So 30% of residents need to sign the petition requesting a viability review.
Councillor Cunningham.
So thank you for coming. I've never gone through this before, so this is really interesting information. I have talked to some other municipalities, so it was interesting to hear their experience with going through something like this. When I read the package, what comes up for me is what role does Kneehill County play in this? But when I read it and I listen to you, like, unfortunately the receiving municipality doesn't really have a big role to play. If the residents of Carbon decide they want to be part of our team, then we get you. Merry Christmas, right? But the only thing that I would caution residents, when I look at page 6 of the document, what can electors expect? So for example, if Carbon dissolves and becomes a hamlet, I've heard those same comments that Councillor Olson brought up. People have said, oh, well, our taxes are going to go down. We're going to get our roads plowed more. I would really caution people on come out and saying that, right? They don't know. And I mean, everything comes down to money. And so we were just doing budget deliberations this morning. And so I just want people to know that if somebody's out there telling you that things are going to be sunshine and roses just because maybe it will. It will. We're a great municipality. But, you know, the people can't make promises, right? And so that's what I'm really fearful, right? That people will come in expecting something that we can't deliver. Yeah.
That is quite common. That assumption is quite common. So one thing we do ask the county to do is to participate. So do participate in those public engagements, even if it's just to hear what those concerns are, or maybe those assumptions. The other part of it is participate in providing us with the best information that you can, so that we can paint a realistic picture of what residents could expect if they were to become a hamlet. So, and again, as Ross had mentioned, there's no crystal ball, right? Like, you never know, things change, things come up, and council has to make decisions on those, decisions on things based on those changes that happen. So there is no crystal ball. So we can only, it's only an anticipation of what it might be like. These things can occur that may change what that looks like. Nobody can predict the future that way. So, but we do encourage you to participate and help us gather the most realistic picture of what that expectation could be.
So is this 51% of the vote? And And they have to be ratepayers or residents?
They have to be electors. So it's it's the same as with the general municipal election. They have to live in the village. They cannot live somewhere else and own property in the village. They could be renters. They could be landowners. They just have to have their permanent residence in the village. We often say, like, wherever they pick up their mail, if they pick up their mail in the village because they live in the village, then they're able to vote.
Not if you pick up your mail.
But I guess not if you pick up your mail, if you live, yeah. Well, I guess whatever your address where you lay your head at night, if it's in the village, then you're able to vote.
I think the simplest explanation is if they could vote in the municipal election, they can vote in the vote on the question of dissolution.
I know, that's a
Yeah.
beast we live with, but the beast that we also live with is if you aren't a ratepayer, you're not paying taxes. So we're taking your vote, we're taking your voice, and you have no skin in the game. That's where I'm coming from, and it's all over, but thanks. Councillor Cunningham?
Right, and we know you, like, this is.
I was going to say, if you have any of those concerns, I would recommend you speak to your MLA.
Yeah,
We'll go a little further.
we just came home from the Rural Municipalities Convention, so yeah, there's lots of discussion and lots of opportunities for us to speak to our representatives and different ministers. So yeah, that's a conversation that we can have with those folks. So just further to that, does it follow the same as the election? Like, for example, we can't run for council if we don't live within the boundaries for the last 6 months. It would be the same with carbon. They couldn't have moved in last week and have a vote?
Yeah, it's the same rules. It follows the Local Authorities Election Act. In the act, I don't think it's 6 months anymore. It's the day of the vote.
Okay, interesting. And then who determines if there's any electoral boundary changes? Like, would Merle necessarily just become the carbon councillor, or there's boundary changes, or how does that work?
Usually what happens is if they vote to dissolve and on the date of dissolution, and that depends, the county may choose to do some preliminary work to address that. It is a county decision on how that works. If nothing is done, it usually is that they become part of that ward that they're physically within, and then the county may decide after that as well to do some boundary, a boundary review and changes. And again, that's the transitional stream is funding that could be used for, so.
Any other questions or?
Jerry, do you have anything?
Oh, sorry, went too far.
All right, so again, we have our contact information up there. Don't hesitate, a lot of information, you need time to process it perhaps, questions may pop up afterwards that you wish to ask. Don't hesitate to contact us and let us know, and we will answer them as best we can. In the interim, we thank you for taking the time to let us speak with you, and hope you now have a better understanding of the viability review process and what may occur in the next little while.
Thanks for your information.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's just take a 10-minute recess, please. Okay. We're back from recess. Let's get into 4.2, ANI policy review.
Hello, Mr. Reeve, members of council. I am bringing forward a request for an RFD here for the ANI policy. In June of 2024, council approved policy 16.6, the additional named insured policy, which allows community groups to be added as additional named insured under the Kneehill County insurance coverage. On October 30th, 2025, our insurance provider, which is RMA, advised us that a greater emphasis will be placed on loss experience when calculating our premiums, including claims from additional named insureds. Basically meaning that the more losses you have, or the more it can affect your premiums. Before it wasn't taken as, it wasn't calculated as harshly, it has become a little bit, it's going to be calculated more harshly. So basically what I did to alleviate some of the risk was I added a line in here, a number 3 in the additional named insured policy. Once a community group is added as an additional named insured, Kneehill County reserves the right to inspect any buildings for potential hazards or safety concerns. These inspections will be conducted by Kneehill County Occupational Health and Safety staff or a county's insurance representative. So basically, that would allow us to go, because a lot of these halls, and these are all not-for-profit groups that they're all volunteer based. So sometimes they just don't have the money or the time to do all these inspections. So just to mitigate the risk to the county, I wanted to have something in there that would allow us to go to a hall or go to any of these and basically just inspect them for potential hazards, so that we're not potentially insuring something that has a major issue. Because council reserves the right to, they can allow for an ANI, but they can also say no more. So, and that's when we would maybe bring that report to you for your decision, for if this is what we found at a certain hall, and it's up to you if you want to continue insuring them.
What would be the cost for us to be doing that?
Just the time. So basically, like
how, what are you're just gonna go through the building like an hour or what?
Yeah, walk through the building, mostly, you're looking for the big stuff.
Yeah.
You're gonna look for fire extinguishers being up to date, you're gonna be looking for stairs, anything that could be potential major hazards. Any playground equipment, if they have any, would be another big one. So there is some the only cost to this is staff time.
That's still a cost, but the other side of the coin too is that these are our people.
Yes.
And these guys are the ones that volunteer, and we got to keep these communities viable too.
Yes.
And this was always a good thing. So, I mean, Councillor Olson?
Is there a benefit to grouping these communities under our policy?
It is significantly cheaper for them. So like we've had a couple, like if you look at our listing here, we have a few, like most of them are community halls except for Kneehill Adult Learning and Lunch with Friends. But it is significantly cheaper for them to go to us. So when they come to, when we have a community group come to us and ask for you, they first have to check a couple boxes, like if they're not in Kneehill County, and let's say they're in Three Hills or they're in Troche or any of our other, they have to go to them first. Then they come to us, and then we bring it to council for council to decide if they want to allow it.
Councillor Cunningham?
So I love this policy, and I think when we can help out these groups, it's just amazing. And like you said, it's nonprofit. And my only question is the Kneehill Adult Learning and then Lunch with Friends. So both located within the town of Three Hills borders. Does the town of Three Hills not do something like this where they could go underneath their policy instead of the counties?
Basically, that's why we put it in the policy, to put, hey, like basically if you are technically in another municipality, you have to go to your municipality first. If they reject you or for some reason they don't offer this, then we will then consider. But we do want them to go to their municipality first.
So they apparently they did.
Yes,
So we made a motion to accept them into, even though there aren't our people?
yes.
Okay. Hey,
Sorry, thank you through the they might not be located in our region, but they do service our people. So they do service the entire county and support all of those folks. They just were able to secure space here in Three Hills.
And also with that, on the 14th of May 2024, Kneehill, our council at the time approved Lunch with Friends on an interim basis, basically stating that it will be reviewed again in 2025, which is this year. I just put that in as well with the policy discussion. And so basically at the time, we haven't had any claims from any of our ANIs, including Lunch with Friends. So,
explain to me, if you can.
Yep.
What's Lunch with Friends?
well, I'll try my best to explain what they do. They're a community group that offers lunch to the community. Within, I believe, I'm not 100% on exactly what they do, but I know that they supply lunch to people all over, like in the Three Hills, but for anybody to attend. It's not only for Three Hills residents.
Yeah, and just further to what Mr. Diamond said, I think if I remember correctly, like it kind of came out of COVID where everybody was staying at home and nobody was socializing anymore. And there was some really awesome people locally that decided this would be a great thing to do. So yeah, it does service, there's no borders. It can be, you can be from Carbon, you can be from Trochu, whatever. And volunteers again that cook the lunch and just some good fellowship and conversation and lunch. And I think that's, coming out of COVID again, that mental health piece and just connecting with people again. So anybody that I've talked to, it's an amazing program. So, I'm always happy to support that. I just still wonder why, in this case, the town of Three Hills wouldn't cover that, but that's okay. We don't know that. They've come to us and yeah, but it is a really good program.
Go ahead.
Through the CAO to the chair. I just pulled up their Facebook page and I just want to iterate that it says it's an opportunity for people to meet over a community lunch provided by a great team of local volunteers and community partners.
So, and again, I'll just reiterate that basically there is a cost, of course, to the county. It is our staff time, which isn't free. So every year we do have to do our renewals. So we have to go and gather information, and it can be sometimes difficult because a lot of these community groups are farmers. Our renewal is in August. So it is difficult to sometimes get all the paperwork, but not bad. We haven't had a ton of problems. So it's just the staff time, the cost here. And then I have the options here, and then the recommended motion. My recommended motion is council approves the revisions to the policy 16.6, additional named insured, and approves Lunch with Friends as an additional named insured until further notice. And then you also have the option to accept the recommended motion in this report. Council may approve the revisions and cancel the approval for Lunch with Friends. Council may provide further direction and parameters, and you might want to change the policy, or you could opt to discontinue the A&I program entirely.
Any more questions? No. Councillor Cunningham.
So I'm really happy that we put that, or pardon me, that you, Mr. Nyman, put that number 3 in there where it gives the county the ability to go in and inspect. I think that's important for our end of it, for our liability. So with that said, I will make the motion that council approves the revisions to policy 16-6, additional named insurance policy, and approves Lunch with Friends as an additional named insured until further notice.
Any discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, infrastructure, roads, wastewater, ACP grant application, 5.1. Go ahead.
Good, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. What you see in your package today is a request for a funding application with the county being a managing partner for the Alberta Community Partnership Intermunicipal Collaboration Grant Fund to support a SCADA master system plan. So just some background on this request. As Council is aware, Kneehill County is a member of the Aqua 7 Regional Water Commission, encompassing 7 different municipalities in our region. The county has been a member of that since the early 2000s. It's a regional water commission with basically oversight and operations led directly by the county, and then the commission funds back any costs that we have on that. So where we saw an opportunity here was looking at the SCADA system. So SCADA is a bit of an explanation on here. Basically, it's the oversight, it's the brains of the water and wastewater, the water system operation. So it does the alarming, it does the supervisory control, data logging, all those sort of things. If you look at the existing SCADA system with the Aqua 7 system right now, it's been in place since I think 2005. Very little upgrades have been done to that, while the system has expanded quite a bit in that time. So as you've seen in a few of the presentations today, the technology has changed quite a bit since 2005. A lot of the systems in there are not supported anymore. A lot of the hardware is getting near the end of its life cycling. So this is really the first step in that review of that system to do a master plan on all 7 member municipalities, the region, all connections to that with the water system, and then really coming up with a plan, a replacement strategy, or repair, depending on what the recommendation is. So this opportunity is through the, like I mentioned, Alberta Community Partnership Grant. The county has the opportunity to partner with one other member municipality. ACME has actually submitted their letter of support as being a partnering community, with the county being the lead on this. So the grant request is for $200,000, which is what the maximum would be for a grant application under this program. I guess steps after this would be applying for the grant. If we do receive the grant, we'll probably get made aware of that in the early March, April, that sort of thing. And after that, we'd go through facilitating the contract, review the tendering, and then awarding the contract to a consultant for submittal of that report. So this request today is to have the council approve the submission of the 25-26 ACP grant application supporting the regional master plan and acknowledging that the county will also be a managing partner of that program.
Do we have any dollars or cents on what's going to cost after this grant comes in?
For the secondary? No. That is part of the primary purpose of that grant. The report will be to do some capital planning replacement strategies on that. So this grant is entirely just for a study. Anything outside and beyond that would be ultimately coming back to the member municipalities for review and potential funding.
Councillor Olson.
Is this our own SCADA system, or is this a subscription to a larger organization?
So through the chair, this SCADA system, we have the Kneehill County individual, and I think John is here, he's our resident SCADA expert. He may be able to correct me if I say anything wrong here, but basically each one of our internal systems does have a smaller SCADA system that operates just those sites. Some of them are connected to each other. You'll see in our actual reports, we just finished the internal SCADA plan for the different water systems that we have that aren't Aqua 7. So basically Aqua 7 runs a transmission line between the communities there. Once that point of custody happens, each individual community is responsible for their own operations of that, which includes the SCADA. So,
yeah, go ahead.
One more question. So what kind of support do we get for this system? Because these systems typically do have a lifespan and not like 5 to 7 years?
Yeah, well, yeah, through the chair, depending on what it's used for, and depending on what the, I mean, we are at the mercy of a lot of these things with our, not so much the contractors, but the suppliers, the ones that actually develop these systems. There's always a support and patching that needs to be done every year. So as far as the actual support, we utilize contractors to a point. We have a lot of in-house talent that has quite a bit of training on these to set the parameters, so we don't have to always reach out for these consultants. But we have a mixture of both, I guess, to answer your question.
Any other questions?
So through the chair, I just want to clarify and reiterate that this is a council request, or sorry, a funding request with no current allocations of funds from the county here. This is entirely a provincial grant application, and that's how it's been presented in the capital budget.
Thanks. Everybody's comfortable? Okay. We're looking for a motion. Councillor Olson.
Yeah, I can make the motion that council approve the submission of the 25-26 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application in support of the regional SCADA master plan project, and acknowledge that the county will manage the grant project and related compliance requirements.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, thanks. 5.2, increased water volume.
Good afternoon, Reeve and council.
Afternoon.
Today I bring forth an RFD for your direction on policy 1415, increased water volume. At our past council meeting, we approved an increase in water volume, and through that discussion, council asked that this policy be revised a little bit and then brought back for your decision. So this is the revised policy. The policy in general is to take ratepayers that are already connected to one of our systems and have that option to come and apply for an increased volume over the regular full flow, which is 4 imperial gallons per minute, and the maximum would be a double of that to 8 imperial gallons per minute. As you see in front of you, that is the new revised policy. Some of the major changes on it was the addition of the request for the reason the increased volume is needed, and that is inside the policy now, as well as it's included on the application form that they must fill out. They have to acknowledge it by checking the box as well as initialing it, and then providing the reason on the application form as to their need for increased volume. And once that's there and the water model gets done and things, then that comes back to council, and council then will have that information of why they want it, and if it's approved through the water modeling, or not approved, sorry, but it is shown that it doesn't cause any effects, then council can make that decision whether it's approved or not. On the revision of the policy, there was a little extra added in there just because the policy templates changed where there is a policy procedure. So that additional is just kind of the way that we would go about fulfilling this policy when someone comes with that application.
Thanks. One of the things that we just wanted to make sure, and especially after the horror stories we've been hearing up north about people selling water, doing stuff like that, we want to make sure that we got a handle on this stuff. So that's one of the reasons that we're doing this.
Right. And through the Reeve, in our bylaw, we actually do have that reselling the water is prohibited through our bylaw as well. So we do have that in there as well. But this will also then give you an idea of why they're wanting this water. So.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Motion? Councillor Hopkins?
I approve that council approve the proposed policy 14-15 increased water volume with the recommended revisions.
Any discussion? All in favor? Approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bridge file 5.3, additional information. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Reeve and Council. Today I bring forth Bridge File 13480, request by Council for additional information. Since this project, we've kind of been looking at this the last year and a bit. I just kind of want to briefly go through the background in a little bit of detail. At the November 12th, 2025 regular council meeting, the Operations Department presented an RFD requesting authorization to apply for STIP grant funding. Following the presentation, council directed administration to provide additional information on the preliminary engineering report as prepared by the bridge consulting engineer. Council's primary concern was that the consultant's recommended replacement of the 28-meter three-span concrete girder bridge, which would require installation of the guardrail system based on the roadside design guide. Council expressed concern that the guardrails may interfere with the movement of local ag equipment crossing the bridge. Submitted with the RFD package is the preliminary engineering report, which outlines available rehabilitation options for the bridge structure, including the advantages and disadvantages of each option. In addition to the prelim engineering report, administration has prepared a third option for council's consideration to address the concerns raised by ag producers regarding the guardrail heights and the impact to the farm equipment. Based on the consultant's tech memo, which was also submitted as part of this package, this option proposes extending the length of the twin culvert system, which would eliminate the need for guardrails and includes a subsequent cost estimate. So part of the background on Bridge File 13480 is in 2024, the county's bridge inspection consultant completed a review and come up with an overall structural rating of 33.3%. In 2025, as part of the capital budget, council approved $88,000 to retain a professional consulting firm to complete a prelim engineering report and detailed design. As part of the 2026 pre-approval by previous council, there was an approval for construction on the contingency that we obtain STIP grant funding. Moving into the tech memo, primarily table 1, the replacement alternative cost comparison. So out of the 3 options, just quickly go through each of the options. So the culvert system, twin culvert system with no guardrails, we have a conceptual cost of $3.5 million and has longevity of approximately 50 years. The twin culvert system with the guardrail system, which was part of the preliminary engineering report, has a conceptual cost of $2.9 million and again has longevity of around 50 years. The recommended by the consultant, the 28-meter long three-span concrete girder bridge comes in at $2.95 million and has a lifespan of 75 years. When we look at the overall cost of each of these options over 75 years, so the twin culverts with no guardrails, 3.9, the twin with culverts, with guardrail comes in at 3.22, and then the 3-span at 3.1 million. Just roughly going through some of the disadvantages of some of these options that we have. So when we look at the culvert system with no guardrails, obviously that is the highest capital cost option. There's a shorter lifespan of 50 years and also may require land negotiations and purchases, which could slow things down. When we look at the culvert system with guardrail, some of the disadvantages include it's again shorter lifespan and likely would require land negotiations again. The 3-span, again, I guess one of the drawbacks is the guardrails may cause issues for some farming equipment and affecting the nearby farming community. As part of the RFD package that was submitted to council is just a quick email from the consultant in regards to the guardrail, or in regards to, I guess, the culvert system with no guardrail. It's also important to highlight that the severity of the particular hazard presented by the twin culvert ends and resulting in the vertical drop into the water is very high. I can understand and emphasize that the barrier systems are not ideal for moving farm equipment along the road corridor. However, constructing extended culverts with no barrier is a significant compromise to public safety. So flipping back to the RFD, some of the financial implications, I guess, is based on the previous RFD I presented on November 12th, is we're getting close to STIP application timeline, which is the deadline's November 30th, so 5 days from now. If we were to proceed with the 3-span. And then also requesting consultant to complete the redesign of either option 1, option 2. The detailed design phase of the 3-span bridge, as mentioned, is nearing completion. Completing the detailed design of the bridge size culvert option will require additional funds to complete. Staff can obtain these costs at council's request. I guess, so just summarizing, I guess virtually 4 options here is the 3-span, the twin CSP with the guardrail, the twin CSP with no guardrail, or I guess the 4th option would be to not proceed any further with any of the options at this time and revisit it in the future for this particular bridge file. Thank you.
Okay, one of the questions that I have, or not have, but we're all about dollars and cents here, and feasibility. There's a couple things I may not agree with, like, I mean, yeah, we don't need to have culvert or a guardrail on a culvert, depending on their side slopes. I mean, we have lots of verticals going up and down that go right directly to the water. Also, we also have lots of culverts double culverts throughout the county. My thought would be, and it's great, that we need all these options, okay? We need that option, because we have to explain to our ratepayers why we went that way. We're not saying the bridge doesn't have to be looked at. We're not saying it doesn't have to be done. We're saying we need all the options available to us in order for us to make a decision so we're accountable. That being said, I mean, you're looking for funding, or you're looking for permission to get a STEP grant, whatever. And that's what's holding up this project. I would say, just amongst us, we should maybe look at that. That's not a bad thing. But we also heard from Mr. Horner that STEP program for bridges and everything may take a long, long time. Because you think you got 214 bridges or whatever here? You used to see how much the province has got. So that's just my thoughts. And I thank you for bringing that back. We need all the options prior to us making a decision on that. So thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Hoppins.
I want to say thanks for bringing this back. It allows me to make a better decision, or a decision that I know I've been able to research fully. So I appreciate that, and I agree. I did hear a lot of discussion up at the RMA from other municipalities that have applied for STIP 4 times for the same bridge, and they haven't received it. So I'm hopeful that if we proceed with this, that we do get STIP, but again, there's no guarantees.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I also appreciate the added information. It does help make a decision. But what's the width difference in the two culvert options?
The width is far,
Between guardrails and on the three span and the.
so the, yeah.
Or is it the same width?
So we haven't gone through the design aspects. So the previous council had approved to move into detailed design, and I apologize, and that's why it wasn't brought back here on November 12th, because we were already down the path of step 5, if you will. By all means, definitely within council's prerogative to bring this back, and here we are today. So I do appreciate that. So the actual width of the 3-span as designed, 70% detailed design is complete now, is 8.94 meters from face of W beam to face of W beam.
9 meter road top? The
Don't-
road hitting the bridge is 9 meter.
I would, based on that dimension, I don't have the exact dimensions.
Yeah, 9.18.
Okay.
Okay, so one of the other things, I can help you out there a little bit. One of the other things, the difference between the two with the culverts, the guardrails, is your side slopes. Well, if you have a 3-to-1 or a 4-to-1 or whatever like that, that's the reason for your guardrails. But you're still going to be taking up your. It's still going to end up basically the same on your road top.
The no guardrail with the CSP is just basically flattening the shoulders, as Reeve mentioned, yep.
Councillor Olson?
I guess based on that, I would probably be more in favor of the cheaper cost there than, and we're just putting in to see if we can get the money, yeah.
Is there any other discussion, or? Jerry? No? Oh, pardon me.
I'm ready to make a motion if we're
At that point. Yeah, we're called for a motion.
I would move that council approve the application for the Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program to help fund the construction of a 3-span standard bridge replacement for bridge file number 13480.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously.
Thank you, Reeve and council.
Who we got? Community service? Huh? Where's she at?
6.1 planning.
Oh, really? Okay. 6.1.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve, members of council. So I'm bringing to you today a draft MP's Municipal Planning Commission bylaw. So the Municipal Government Act requires that a council must by bylaw provide for a subdivision authority and a development authority to perform powers and duties on behalf of the municipality. These powers are outlined in Bylaw 1784, the Municipal Planning Commission bylaw, as well as Land Use Bylaw 1808. With the exception of a small change in 2016 to allow the commission to include all members of council and a minor wording amendment in 2019, this bylaw has not been reviewed since 1995. Administration has attached a copy of the existing bylaw as well as a copy of the bylaw with some proposed changes for council consideration. The duties of the Development Authority are outlined in both this bylaw and the Land Use Bylaw. The Planning Department oversees all applications and processes as required by legislation. Reports regarding subdivision applications and discretionary use development permits are drafted and presented to the Municipal Planning Commission. Under this bylaw, the Municipal Planning Commission is the decision authority for these applications. Administration is proposing that this remains the same in the draft bylaw. And when we do reports, we do outline the applicable sections of both the Municipal Development Plan and the Land Use Bylaw for each site. So a couple of things I just wanted to highlight in the draft. We've updated or modernized a little bit of the language. Typically now, a secretary is referred to as a clerk. There are opportunities now too to attend virtually, so we wanted to include that. The biggest chunk that we have changed is we've added some clarification to the minutes. We had some conversation about this at the previous Municipal Planning Commission, and so we wanted to formalize what they had wanted to do regarding the minutes. And then we also included a section on voting and pecuniary interest and conflict of interest. So again, this is something that's required. You're certainly able to approve the bylaw. We do need 3 readings in order to adopt it, or if you want a table for further discussion, that's certainly a consideration you can have.
Questions? Councillor Cunningham.
So in number 12, when the Municipal Planning Commission denies an application, it must provide reasons. So are you meaning like if an individual commission member denies it, they have to provide a reason, or if it's the majority of that commission has to provide a reason?
So through the chair, yes. If it's denied through the majority, then we do have to have reasons, and that is legislated. So we do have to include those in our decision. So we need to be aware of those. And we would have those conversations at the time just so that we're clear on why.
Right, so like I know with our MPC training, like for example, like a relevant consideration can be conflicting and questionable land use. So that's enough to satisfy that denial?
Correct. If that's the agreement of everybody that votes no, then that would be what we would use.
Any other thoughts? Motion. Yeah.
Okay, if there's
Councillor Cunningham.
no further questions, I will make a motion that council provide first reading to bylaw 1924, Municipal Planning Commission as presented.
Any concerns or questions or? All in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Hawkins?
I move that council provide second reading to bylaw 1924, Municipal Planning Commission as presented.
Questions? All in favor? Carried. Unanimous. Okay, I hate getting into that habit of going 3, and everybody knows why. So, I mean, everybody voted unanimous on this, so I'll leave it up to a call for you guys. But I don't really like to go 3. I don't want to get into that scenario.
We can leave the last one for thoughts.
Yep. Good enough? Good to go?
Okay, perfect.
you.
Thank you.
Six 6.3, pardon me. Oh, yeah, carry on, please. I'm trying to find out where I am.
All good. Good afternoon, Council. If you could bring up the presentation. So today I'm just giving you a general overview of our public safety and enforcement services pillar of protective services. So if we can go to the next slide. I'm going to introduce you to our team. So right now we have 3 peace officers. So there's Matthew Kerwin, Amber Hay, and Ming Hong, and myself as the manager. We are, the peace officers are established through the Act, through the Peace Officer Act, and the Alberta Justice and Solicitor General. We are an authorized employer and have been since 2003, 2004. That's kind of when it all came into Kneehill County. Each officer needs to meet a certain level of training, and they have actually just kind of changed that about 5 years ago, the training requirements for peace officers. And so all of our officers are level 1, which is the highest appointment for a peace officer. Peace officers operate under the Alberta Peace Officer Manual and the regulation, it looks like, and we're audited for compliance every 5 years. They do carry OC spray, baton, handcuffs, and they enforce moving traffic violations under the Traffic Safety Act. And they all have now weights and dimensions for road ban enforcement. And our officers do not have approval to ticket under the Traffic Safety Act on 1- and 2-digit highways. So 9, 21, and 27, they generally stay off those highways. And we also do not have criminal code enforcement capabilities. Those are 2 things that you can apply to get through Alberta Justice if we want them. If council so wants them, it's a increase in that level of service. As per the manual, we have some policies that have to be approved, and so we have 3. We have the public safety general one that has the code of conduct in it, complaints process, and jurisdiction. We have 821, which includes the enforcement tools that we allow them to have. And then 22 is traffic and emergency response. So this is procedures, closing the distance, and assisting those other agencies. The Municipal Government Act also allows us to adopt a bylaw enforcement bylaw, where we can actually enforce Kneehill County's bylaw. That does not have to be a peace officer under that bylaw, but then that means that we can't do moving traffic under that bylaw. Anyone appointed by the CAO under the enforcement bylaw 1793 can be a bylaw enforcement officer if they take the oath, and they can take on that role. We do have enforcement services agreements with Three Hills, Trochu, Acme, Carbon, and Linden for bylaw enforcement and some patrols. Currently, we only have dedicated hours in Three Hills, and that's 3 hours per week. And we provide that service through the request of the CAO. The other ones are just kind of on call basis, on contract. Whenever they call us, then we keep track of those hours and then bill them out. We have a contract with Alberta Animal Services as well on a call-out basis, so we do not provide animal control to those towns and villages. We are not set up in those patrol vehicles to do animal control, so we do just contract that out to Alberta Animal Services. And then we do have mutual aid agreements with Mountain View County and Red Deer County for CPOs in emergency situations if we so need them. Under the Act, we actually have to have an MOU with the local RCMP detachment, and so we do have that with the Three Hills detachment. It was actually just renewed this year. Since 2019, all municipalities, not just the communities with populations under 5,000, must contribute to policing, and so our requisition is 480 this year. We present quarterly stats, which includes reports from all 5 RCMP districts. Innisfail district has like a tiny corner of our county that does patrols. But other than that, we have the 4 main detachments that serve Kneehill County, and that is Drumheller, Bicyker, Olds, and Three Hills. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. So department support, so we support all of these departments in various ways. Infrastructure protection, doing those road ban patrols, some public safety out there. As we come across things, like we found this big crack in one of our municipalities Yeah, so we just do internal support to all of these departments. So there's lots of bylaws to enforce within the county. And those are, we educate first, we warn, and then we investigate and decide on the next steps to resolve the issue. Unsightly premises is often discretionary. We did, the council passed a new bylaw for unsightly premises. That's not only in hamlets, but in the other parts as well. It involves multiple departments, and it often takes a lot of time and money to enforce these files. Animal bylaw offenses also take lots of time to rectify, depending on what that offense is. And then patrols are on a rotational basis with 3 officers. It depends on their schedules. Right now they are doing 10-hour shifts, so we do have some coverage there. And then we annually review our traffic plan that we submit to the Solicitor General as well. Community engagement, so we proactively search for opportunities to engage within the community. Some of the presentations that we've done is anti-bullying, Halloween safety, anti-scams, some community discovery nights. And priorities and present, so council priorities for peace officers. In 2024, we brought a chart that created prioritizing of CPO duties. And we categorize them as high, medium, and low. It's not in a policy. It's kind of just a procedure for us to go off of what council prioritized as needing to be done first over the other duties. This allows for officers to be redeployed should there be a capacity issue. And because we had a few years where we had capacity issues, we really needed that to make sure that we were still covering what council wanted for service delivery. Presence through patrols. Again, we patrol county paved and gravel roads and provincial 3-digit highways. All 3 CPOs have their weights and dimensions, and they do not have commercial vehicle inspection. That is a very time-consuming course, and it's also very time-consuming to keep up. I think you have to have 34 inspections in a year, and it's a lot of inspections. So. And then we do have e-ticketing that's completed through the provincial ticketing program. Also through that e-ticketing, just as a reference point, so we get about 57% of all ticket revenue if it's on a Kneehill County road. Future considerations, so we're going to be reviewing the acts and the CPO appointments. So right now, under each of those CPO appointments, they have certain acts that they can enforce. Like one of them is the Fuel Act. So we could be testing people's tanks. We do not have the equipment to do that, and that's something that we haven't been doing. But that is something that's on their appointments. And so we might need to look at something like that just to update those to make sure that they're rural focused and public safety focused. We have done in the past some farm presentations on hauling, loading, and the Traffic Safety Act, and we would really like to get back to doing those. And then speed signs, just looking for some options that they're working speed signs, because I'm not sure. We have some issues with those speed signs and making sure that they continue to work. And that's the end of the presentation.
Cool, thank you. Any questions? Councillor Hopkins.
On average, yearly, how many bylaw fines would we give out? Or do we just verbalize a warning, or how does that work?
Yeah, for bylaws, compliance, we usually find the best is actually just kind of like working with the people to actually do the work when it comes to bylaws. Finding them a $50 bylaw fine doesn't really always work. It depends what bylaw, like our fire services bylaw, for instance, those are higher fines for burning within a fire ban. And we have issued some of those tickets. I think this year we've issued 4 tickets. But I'd have to double check on numbers. I don't have them with me, but we can absolutely do that. Also, if it's under a certain amount, we can actually write the bylaw ticket as a violation ticket, and it will go through the provincial system then, and then we can actually put it on people's registration if they don't pay it, if it's under a certain amount. So that's the other option that we look at when we're doing bylaw enforcement.
Councillor Cunningham?
So you mentioned that the peace officers are doing 10-hour shifts. Are we doing any weekend coverage in the county? I get asked that quite a bit.
Yeah, so through the Reeve, we have been, we do all summer. So we do from May 1st, sometimes even middle of April, depending on weather and if there's road bans on. So we do throughout the entire summer. We stop though in October.
Councillor Hopkins?
Another question I have, you mentioned we could apply for the criminal code status as well as tickets on numbered highway. Can you apply for one, or is it a package deal?
Yeah, through the Reeve, you can just apply for one, yeah. And the criminal code is under 5,000. So it's any criminal code that's under 5,000. Theft.
Any other questions? Good, thank you.
I'll acknowledge, where did that go? Could council acknowledge the receipt of the enforcement services presentation as presented? Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, economic development, 6-4.
Good afternoon, Reeve and Council. Today I'm bringing in front of you, we've had a member at large that was that council appointed last year to work with our Central Alberta Economic Partnership, which is a board that council participates in as well. As per the RFD that's presented, CAEP is a centric group that really works on economic opportunities within the region through partnership of many different municipalities together. Mrs. Amy Merrill was the appointed person at that time, and council made a motion appointing her on November 12th, 2024. This was supposed to be revisited, which is one of the reasons that we're here, and from communication that we had from Ms. Merrill of asking, am I still continuing on with that role? Ms. Merrill, as Kneehill County's business member and council's endorsed representative, was selected to CAEP Board Directors. This position carries a three-year commitment, although the director may resign during their term. It's just a small process that they would have to go through. Over the past year, Kneehill County has reimbursed just over $5,200 for this position to support the member-at-large position. And we've attached Ms. Merrill's email to this. I believe that it should be there, explaining the value and that she would like to continue with supporting CAEP as a business member from the community with council. With the information presented from Ms. Merrill and with the understanding of council's looking at reevaluating all the boards to make sure that they are in line with their needs, council may choose to endorse Ms. Merrill request until such time that council can evaluate and determine the value of continued membership to Kneehill County. Council may choose not to appoint a member at large CAEP while retaining membership. Council may choose to direct the CAO on council's behalf to prepare a letter notifying CAEP of Kneehill County's intention to cease membership effective December 30th, 2026. The reason why, it's a year period within the contracting agreement to remove yourself from CAEP. Council may also just to choose this RFD as information, and I'm here to answer any questions should you have. Thank you.
Okay, one of the questions I have is, this is just a yearly deal, right? So how did Mrs. Merle get in there for 3 years?
Thank you, through the chair. So as a member at large, she was appointed for a year, but it was also brought in front of council that she did have the opportunity of potentially running for a director. Should she receive that director, it was supposed to come back to council for consideration if they were going to support the 3 years. I did not receive the information until this was brought forward to us that she was seeking if her term would continue. Again, the position within CAEP, her directorship can be removed should council not endorse additional term. Our recommendation is until council could really evaluate their participation with CAEP, that she can continue and support council in that fashion.
So my question is she, according to her letters and stuff, she hasn't been representing because we didn't get back to her?
Through the chair, yes, she's continued. There's supposed to be a CAEP event that's coming up, and she's holding off until the decision is made by council to ensure that she doesn't go there against council's wishes, or that is not going to be supported financially.
Okay, questions, Councillor Olson?
So does that include this Thursday's meeting? Is that correct?
Correct.
Well, just between, this is one of the things we talked about, that we're going to look at this one and see whether we need it or not. And I'd hate to lead anybody on, but, I mean, we're still in it till we decide. Councillor Olson?
Yeah, my recommendation is, well, I lost it there, but taking the option of not retaining a member at large to CAEP. Because, yeah, I mean, we have to discuss this, but I ultimately think that, yeah, this is something that we should give notice of and maybe get out of eventually.
Councillor Cunningham?
So I think the confusion has come because previous council had appointed her for a 1-year term, correct? Yeah.
That's correct.
But when she got on that CAEP board, she was elected as a director for a 3-year term.
Correct.
Right, so I think that's where the confusions come. So I think as a council, when going forward, when we do put people as members at large, we have to be aware that those two timeframes might not coincide. So I think I feel bad for Ms. Merrill because I think it's kind of left her in a bit of limbo land. She's made a commitment to CAEP for a 3-year term as a board of director, but yet her term here with Kneehill County as a member at large has expired. So
yeah.
Maybe it's just a note to us that we need to be a little bit more cognizant of that. So it was supposed to come back to council. When was the time frame that it was supposed to come back? Do you know, Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. I've revisited the actual video, which is a great tool when some of these meetings are so long ago. The motion that was made for council debated over the 3-year and the opportunity for the 3-year, and said, let's see if she gets it. If she does get it, then we'll consider if we're going to support the full 3 years. As administration, because we don't participate regularly with CAEP unless we're asked for a special event, we were unaware that the nomination was successful. So we did not approach council for a decision if they were going to support for the 3-year term. So as council, a new council was elected, and we're supposed to bring it back at the next organization meeting, this is the soonest to see if we're going to continue for the 1 year, or if council is going to support the 3-year, or if they choose not to move forward with it at all.
Sounds like it's just falling through the cracks here, right? So, I mean, I feel bad on that aspect, but I mean, that doesn't mean that just because of that, we sign on for another 3 years or whatever. So, any other questions? Councillor Cunningham.
I think we've talked about this a little bit. I mean, I think there's got to be a pretty comprehensive discussion about where this council wants to go with being a member of CAEP. I think we've kind of had that preliminary discussion. So the meeting is on Thursday, is that correct, Councilor Wilson? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
So her term, I guess, has technically ended with our 1 year, right? Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. So I guess the big question is we need to decide going forward if we're going to be part of CAEP or not, and then but yeah, I do really, and my apologies to Ms. Merrill, because for me, when someone puts their name forward to be a member at large of anything that we do here in Kneehill County, I want to make sure that we really respect their time that they do put into it, so.
Councillor Penner.
So if I'm understanding the request for decision, though, we are committed to December 30th of 2026 as far as our participation or our membership to this CAEP. Is that correct?
That would be my interpretation as well, Councillor.
That suggests to me then if we're committed to the 1 year membership, maybe we should commit to having a representative there for that 1 more year as well.
I would agree, so that we can,
Like if we have a membership, we should have,
somebody there.
yeah,
We can't get out of this right away until, for a year anyway.
that's right.
Right? So, yeah, point well taken. Any other? Councillor Olson?
Yeah, but in that, let's make sure we add this to one of the coming agendas so we can make sure that we let them know if we are getting out right.
Yeah.
It's good. Mr. Gannon?
Yes, thank you through the chair. There is definitely a broader conversation to have with CAEP and the efforts of our Economic Development Department, which council is going to have to really examine of what service levels they want to move forward and where they feel they're getting the biggest bang for their buck. My suggestion is to also potentially put a secondary motion there to ask administration to bring back in closed session a discussion on the CAEP item for further consideration of the membership.
In response to that, why would we go in closed session?
It's due to third-party information and protection of information with those parties, because it's partnership with all the municipalities, and we want to make sure that whatever information we provide council through ATIA is governed appropriately, as we may have to have some extremely frank conversations of difficulties that have been expressed in the past.
Any other discussion? Motion?
So I will make a motion.
Councillor Cunningham?
I will make a motion that council appoint Amy Merrill as Kneehill County's business representative and member at large to Central Alberta Economic Partnership until the 2026 organizational meeting.
Any discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously. Do we want a secondary motion, or can we just put that down into council? Or to look into? Secondary motion? Yeah, no, like, I mean, can we just say we'd like to talk about this again? Yeah. Or, if you guys like that in, huh? To bring it back. Yeah. We'll bring it back to council. Yeah. Okay. That's done? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Seven, legislative services, subdivision and development. I'm on the right one. Yes. Yep. I just can't figure out. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Are we good with that?
Perfect. Thank you, Reeve and Council. So I'm bringing forward a follow-up item from our organizational meeting held on October 28th. At that meeting, there were 4 applications for the Municipal Planning Commission member at large, but only 2 were selected. Council directed administration to contact the remaining 2 applicants to see if they were interested in serving on the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. I reached out to both Rick Vickery and Amy Merrill. Mr. Vickery's application is included in the package, and I received Ms. Merrill's application on Friday after the package was sent out, and both have confirmed they are willing to serve on this committee. So council has a couple options today. They could appoint Rick Vickery and Amy Merrill to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board as members at large for a 1-year term until the next organizational meeting, or they can receive this information for reference only. The financial implications of this appointment are minimal. Each appointee will receive a 1-day per diem for completing the required online training that they will receive. Oh, and they will receive a per diem only if there is an appeal heard. And we generally get 1 appeal per year.
Thank you. Any discussion, Mr. Penner, or Councillor Penner?
Forgive me, but I thought when I read through the municipal, the MPC, that you cannot be a member of both the Planning Commission and the Subdivision Appeal Board at the same time.
That is correct.
So, she is no longer an MPC member?
No. The MPCU appointed Gary Rempel and Bern Lamley to that board.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I missed that detail.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Hopkins?
If it's all right, I'd like to make a motion that council appoint Rick Vickery and Amy Merrill as members at large to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board until the next Kneehill County organizational meeting.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously. Seven 7.2, Town of Three Hills. Teresa? Nope. Yeah, let's take a 10-minute recess here, and you're welcome. All right, we're back. 7.2, Town of Three Hills.
Thank you. Through the Reeve to Council. The Town of Three Hills is looking to undertake an assessment of the town's water transmission line, and that line runs through the county from the Red Deer River to the Town of Three Hills, so it's quite extensive. The town is making an application for the Alberta Community Partnership Grant and is requesting support and partnership from Kneehill County and the Town of Trochu. The town would act as the managing partner for the project should the grant be approved, and the application would be for $200,000. Several county residents access this line for the county's Mount Vernon and Equity water systems, also obtain their water supply from the town, so we're ultimately supplied through the transition line in question, which gives us an interest. The town made an application for the same project during 2024-2025 program intake, but weren't approved, and the county did supply a letter of support at that time, which is attached to the proposal. So there's a couple council options for this one, is that you may opt to support the project and application, or you may choose to not support the project and application. But our recommended motion is that council moves that Kneehill County supports the Town of Three Hills as the managing partner, submission of a 2025-26 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application in support of the Regional Transmission Line Assessment Project. That's a big word. Thank you.
What's the difference between council may opt out to, or council may opt to support the project and application, or the recommendation you just gave me? Same thing?
Same thing. Thank you. Through the Reeve.
Any discussion? Motion.
Those are a couple pretty important water lines to our people. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Miss Jerry. Councillor Woodstock?
Oh, okay, thank you. I guess just for information's sake, we actually have, I think it's 2, maybe 3 residents that are actually hooked directly to that transmission line that live out in the county. And I think that was part of the contract for them coming through their land. So we do have people that are hooked to that transmission line directly. Just a point of clarification, I guess. Thanks.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Cunningham?
We're good? Okay. So I'll move that council moves that Kneehill County supports the Town of Three Hills, who's the managing partner, submission of the 2025-2026 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application in support of the Regional Transmission Line Assessment Project.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Carried, unanimous. Thank you. Okay. 8.1, Municipal Affairs, Carbon.
Perfect. Thank you, Reeve Council. So earlier today, Dee DeVoe, Denise Lyons, and Ross Zimmerman from Municipal Affairs presented to Council on the Carbon Viability Review. Just for education purposes, and I know the CEO reviewed this last time we had a delegation at last meeting, but as part of our process for handling delegations, we included an item on the agenda called the Disposition of Delegation and Public Hearing Business. This is always placed at the end of the agenda after most of the regular business has been addressed. The purpose of this section is to allow council to make decisions when a delegation has a specific request or requires follow-up action. In this case today, the delegation was for information purposes only, so council's action today is just to simply receive this report for information. Also, though, during the presentation, they did ask the county to select a council member to sit on the Viability Review Support Group. And I don't know if you want to make that decision today, or did you want to wait, and I can bring that to a future council meeting.
I think we can put that, let's just throw that on the next Cal meeting.
Sure, yeah.
And then it's fairly obvious, I think, who it should be. If everybody's in agreement with that.
Division 1 councillor.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that I'm not really in favor of this having a delegation in and then we're talking about them after. I prefer to do to talk with them, ask the questions right there, and go from there. If we have an awkward moment, we can go into something else. But that's just my opinion.
council sets the agenda, so we can do
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Councillor Olson?
Are we done the discussion, basically? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then I move that council acknowledge the receipt of the presentation regarding carbon viability review.
Cool, thank you. Do we have to, we don't have a motion on that? No. Okay, thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
Okay. Didn't quite write a book, but anyhow. So I just wanted to mention that I was able to attend the Trocher Seniors Housing Fundraising Gala. I was actually going on my own accord with a family member, but I just wanted to make mention that they, Deputy Reeve Hoppins was there as well, and they did recognize both of us as members, Mr. Hoppins, and then of course me as alternate of their fundraising committee. Just an amazing night, wonderfully emceed by the mayor, Barry Clucky, and Paula Kowalchuk, which, you know, huge family supporters of this project. The silent auction items were amazing, some really wonderful live auctions. Meal was wonderful. It worked out so nice that I was able to sit with two really great couples who happened to be part of Division 5, which was just excellent. Just a really good evening, and that project happens or is happening because of the tenacity and the resilience of that group of people, and they should be just highly commended for that. So they are continuing to fundraise. They're looking for $2 to $3 million, and they did say that they're at about a $1 million threshold right now. But they need more, and it's not for the build part. Now they're looking for purchasing beds, lifts, kitchen equipment, furniture. Those are the type of things that aren't covered within the grants. So that's why they're on this fundraising push. There will be equipment that will be moved over from St. Mary's, but of course this is a much larger facility, so they will need more of that stuff. So again, just huge kudos to everybody, and it's just another indication when a community gets together and works on something as a collective, what can happen. So yeah, it was just a really great evening. So thanks to them for that. And then just really quickly, I was just gonna say, we were at RMA last week. One of my favorite weeks of the year. It was awesome to connect with folks. It was a little interesting because some people didn't make it back on council, so there was some that weren't there this time, but it was neat to meet some new people and see some new faces. A few of us were able to meet with K-Division, and I think just, again, plead for more members here in rural Alberta. They are looking for a sergeant here in Three Hills. That's kind of an active activity that's happening for them, so fingers crossed that will happen soon. The Ministers' Forum was interesting, lots of great questions from other municipalities. I kind of mentioned earlier today, Minister Horner just said we're gonna be in for a tough year, and that was definitely a theme across the whole RMA convention. So, and then it was really awesome. Our MLA Tara Sawyer was able to come, and she actually sat with us for the ministerial forum. So it was great to visit with her and catch up. So yeah. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Council follow-up actions list. Everybody see that? Do we need to go through that line by line? I think we'll take that away as is. Okay. Motion for going into closed session, I guess, eh?
I guess so.
Okay, I'll make the motion. Well, I move that we go into closed session under ATIA Section 29 and ATIA Section 26. Okay. Motion coming forth. Councillor Hopkins?
I move that council approves the procurement of a new engine replacement for the Linden Fire Department at the increased budget of $1,065,000 to purchase the top mount engine in 2025.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously.